A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. As Mary Noble prepares to fly from New York to Hollywood to meet her husband Larry, who is out there making a moving picture, she has no idea that Rupert Barlow, the wealthy man about town who has been actively infatuated with her for many months, is still determined to break up this marriage that he feels has robbed him of Mary's romantic interest. But at the same time, Rupert doesn't know that his houseman and chauffeur, Victor, is burning with resentment against him, and that right now, at the luxurious Barlow estate at Oyster Bay, Victor is revealing an interesting document to Julia Dixon, Rupert's devoted housekeeper and secretary. This conversation takes place in the living room of the tenant cottage where Julia lives, and we hear...
I came over here because I didn't want any of the others snooping around trying to hear what I'm saying to you, Miss Julia.
Yes, Victor, I understand. But I can't imagine what you want to tell me. It's been a long time since you were even civil. And I've told you repeatedly that your insolence has made it very difficult for me with the rest of the household staff.
Look, if you're going to pull that high and mighty stuff, Miss Julia, I'll just say goodbye and tell you nothing.
You can suit yourself, Victor. But every word of what I've just said is true. You think that because Mr. Barlow sees fit to overlook your bad manners, you're exempt from all rules of good conduct. As long as I'm in charge of running this estate, you'll find out it doesn't do to forget yourself.
Yeah? You talk awful big, Miss Julia, for a dame that's hanging on to a straw.
What do you mean by that, Victor?
You think I care what you think or what you do? Not a chance. You couldn't fire me if you wanted to. You ought to know that. You tried hard enough lots of times. I'm hired by the boss, you understand? And you got nothing to say about it.
If you came over here to stir up trouble, Victor, I'm not going to listen to
I
it.
came to tell you something you ought to be darned interested in. Only after the way you've been acting, I don't know if I'll tell you or not.
Well, you can suit yourself, Victor.
Yeah, I can suit myself all right. But what about you? How are you going to like it when Mr. Barlow tells you he's sorry, but he ain't going to marry you after all because he's going to marry that Mrs. Noble he's so nuts about?
Is this your idea of a joke, Victor?
Well, it wasn't when I come over here to tell you what I found out. Now I ain't so sure, Miss Julia. It might be a pretty funny joke on you at that, after hanging around more than 10 years waiting for the boss to make up his mind. Well, maybe when that noble dame gets to be Mrs. Rupert Barlow, she'll leave you stay on and run this place for her.
That's enough of that. I don't want to hear any more.
I bet you don't, Miss Julia. I bet you won't like it when I tell you that this paper here is a report from a detective agency out in Hollywood, an outfit run in New York by a geezer named Irving Morse.
Why should I be interested in a detective's report?
Well, I only thought you might like to know that the boss hired this guy. Want to know why?
Are you going to tell me or not?
Sure, Miss Julia. What's the difference? You see, the boss has put a shadow on Larry Noble out there in Hollywood where he's staying while he's making a picture. Mr. Barlow wants to get evidence on the guy for Mrs. Noble so she can sue for divorce and they can get married. How do you like that for a switch?
You're lying, Victor.
Look, I can show you where it says this Larry Noble is chasing after a movie actress named Dora Dean. How he took a tacky little room way off the beaten track that this chick found for him. And how he thinks he's getting away with murder. Only he's got a real joke coming. It's all in the report here. I'd come over to let you in on it. Because I thought you was getting a dirty deal, but you start right off on your high horse. No, I ain't going to say no more, Miss Julian. Only, you better not waste any time because we got Mr. Barlow's yacht all ready to steam out of the harbor.
Victor, you're just saying this because you're angry. It isn't true.
Every word is gospel, Miss Julia, so help me. Mrs. Noble's going to fly out to California and give her husband, Larry Noble, the news. Then she's going to fly straight back to Florida and set up a residence there. Only takes 6 weeks. And the boss will be right handy tied up at the dock there where she's staying. After they get the divorce, we'll pull up anchor and sail away on a honeymoon. I figured you might like to know. If I was you, I'd start looking real careful through the water.
Rupert Barlow's man, Victor, leaves the cottage angrily as Julia Dixon considers his words with terror in her heart. And at the same time in Hollywood, Larry Noble is reading a letter that just came from Mary. As he sits in the shabby little room he took in order to save money, and as he looks at the familiar writing, he thinks...
Just as if nothing had happened. Just as though she was counting the minutes till we can be together. I can practically see her standing there. Hear her voice as she says...
Darling, I've actually left the hospital and come home to Rosehaven. And the biggest surprise of all is that my face is all healed, and there aren't going to be any scars. It's true, Larry, and I can't wait to prove it to you, because I know you'll be as happy as I am. I want to be with you, darling, as soon as it can be arranged. I was going to fly out to surprise you, but I think now you'd better let me know what you want me to do. Hurry and tell me, dearest, and I'll do whatever you say. All my love, always.
How can she write me words like these when I know that secretly she's having detectives shadow me, that she's trying to find a way to divorce me? That's not like Mary. But then, she's not my Mary anymore. I haven't the right to blame her. Not after what she went through on my account. She can have her freedom. But why go about it this way? I wonder what she'll think when she reads about Dora Dean. That sweet kid. She may feel just a twinge of jealousy. Oh, that's rotten of me. But I can't help it. And anyhow, I'll make sure Dora doesn't get dragged into any of this. They can't object to my taking her to dinner occasionally at the most public places in Hollywood. So, this is what's happened to our marriage. And you say there won't be any scars. I'm glad for your sake, Mary. I wish I could think that there won't be any for me.
Larry Noble sits staring into space, the letter in his hand, the memories of his and Mary's past sharply etched in his mind. And meantime, at their home in Rosehaven, Long Island, Mary Noble is waiting anxiously for word from Larry, so that she can use the plane ticket she's already bought for tomorrow's flight. And as she tries to plan what she will pack for this trip she's so confident about, she hears the doorbell and hurries from the pantry where she's fixing flowers. And we hear...
It's all right, Phoebe. I'll answer it. Maybe it's the telegram I've been waiting for.
Mary, thank goodness I found you in.
Oh, hello, Rupert. What makes you look so worried?
Oh, are you all right, Mary? I was afraid something might have happened to you.
Oh, good heavens, no. What gave you that idea? Come on in and sit down, Rupert. Is something wrong?
Then you haven't seen it.
Seen what?
Well, someone is bound to tell you sooner or later, so maybe it's just as well for me to be the one.
Will you tell me what this is all about?
About your trip to Hollywood.
Oh, I thought it over, Rupert. And after what you said, I decided I ought to let Larry know when I'm arriving. It might be too much of a shock if I just appeared without warning.
It might be, indeed. Judging by what Marty Rufus has to say in his Broadway gossip column today in the paper.
Oh? What does he say?
Mary, I'd give anything in this world if you could never hear about it, but I know that's impossible.
Are you going to tell me what it is, Rupert?
I want you to remember that I'd give anything to spare you this, Mary. I hurried over from my home in Oyster Bay the minute I read about it.
Well, aren't you going to read me what Marty Rufus says?
Yes, Mary, I'll have to. It's right here at the top of his column. I'll read it now. We hear that Mary Noble, wife of the famous Broadway heartthrob Larry Noble, is out of the hospital and planning to fly to Hollywood to join her husband. It's supposed to surprise him, and it probably will, for we hear he's burning the midnight oil these nights in Romanoff's and Ciro's and other prominent cafes with a cute chick named Dora Dean. Nice going for a guy who owes his life to the bravery and dogged devotion of the gal he married years ago. Yeah?
That's an ugly thing to say, Rupert. I can't understand how Marty Rufus can be so cruel.
My dear Mary, it's not Marty Rufus. It's the world he writes about. He only prints what facts he learns about people in the public eye.
What he says about Larry isn't true.
Can you be sure of that, Mary?
I know Larry. I've been married to him for a long time. I know the kind of person he is.
I hope you're right, for your sake, my dear. But remember that Marty Rufus must check his facts carefully. If he makes a mistake, he can be ruined overnight.
So you believe what he says about Larry? You believe that while I've been lying in the hospital all these weeks, Larry is running around Hollywood chasing after a lot of women. Is that what you want me to believe?
Not what I want you to believe, my sweet. I just don't want you to rush out there to Hollywood blindly and run into something that would break your heart.
Mary Noble picks up the paper and reads the words Rupert Barlow has just finished reading, and tears blur her eyes as she tries to fight off her anger and fear. Be sure to be listening Monday to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, wanted, a gun. Early evening, a dingy little neighborhood pet shop. Only a few pert canaries are there, half a dozen drowsy puppies, and the poker-faced fat man who is Paxton, the proprietor. Then the street door opens and...
Hello, Paxton. Evening, Mr. Mercer. You're, all alone, I see. Yeah. What's that young bull terrier of yours need tonight, eh?
Well, I just dropped in to say hello.
Ah, that's good of you. You look as though you had something on your mind, Mr. Mercer.
Paxton, I want a gun.
A gun?
I've been told you can get me one.
I sell pet supplies, not guns. Whoever told you
I got a phone call today from a man who said you knew the right people. He wouldn't give me his name, but he was obviously somebody who knows the spot I'm in. As you must know it, you hear all the neighborhood gossip.
I know Jeff Robbins gets out of city jail tomorrow after serving 60 days for throwing a punch at his wife because of you.
I had nothing to do with her. Robbins is just a jealous fool.
But you figure Robbins will come out of jail pretty sore at both of you.
He's threatened both of us, and I need a gun to protect myself.
How about her?
Well, she'll be with friends he doesn't know about, but I can't disappear like that. I've got to be at my job. Now, I don't want to go to the police for protection.
I see.
Will you get me a gun?
Well, if I don't, you'll try to get it from somebody else.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Mercer, then I may as well get you a business. And I won't be too hard on your pocketbook. A good handgun, fully loaded, will cost you only $75.
75?
Under-the-counter prices usually run from $200 up. Guess you don't know much about guns.
No, I don't. I've got 75 on me. Give me the gun.
Why, hey, I don't keep those things in stock. You get your rod tomorrow. That's Wednesday. You come to the back door of my shop for it at 6 tomorrow night.
But Robbins will be released long before that.
Well, he'll have a few things to do besides looking for you. He's half owner of the business, for one thing, and will want to know how his partner's been running it. Besides, you know, Mr. Mercer, 60 days in jail can take the fight out of a fella.
All right. I'll be at your back door for that gun at 6 tomorrow night. You and Miss Williams working the night shift this week, huh, Casey?
Yes, Ethelbert. 4 p.m. till midnight.
Darn it. Made me miss out on passes for Wednesday matinee today.
Working sure interferes with a person's relaxation.
Well, there's one regular pleasure that I count on, boy, and I get it regardless, and that's putting on the old feed bag. Annie, it's 6:30. It's dinner time. Come on, let's find ourselves a table. Huh?
I'm all for that, Casey.
I can recommend our pig's knuckles and sauerkraut today if you like it.
We don't.
We don't.
Then I suggest, and we're both like this, I know. Tell the waiter, to tell the chef. Oh, excuse me.
Let the phone ring and tell us. What?
Oh, you can't do that. Bruno Cafe, tell the chef, Ethelbert speaking. Yeah, they're here. your city desk.
Oh, isn't that nice? Hello, Bert. Hey, look, this is supposed to be our dinner out. Okay, where do we go?
He puts on the old feed bag regardless.
Yeah, we'll get up there right away, Bert. All right, so long.
No, what is it this time?
Murder. Some guy named Jeff Robbins has been shot to death.
Well, the delayed dinner problem is solved for him.
Well, come on, Annie. Come on, let's go.
Body was discovered in this dark alleyway at about 6:15, Miss Williams. A guy had been shot shortly before that.
Shot point-blank range, too, Logan. His overcoat's thin.
With a 38, Casey. Twice, to make sure. And we have the slugs.
The dead man's name, Captain, was Jeff Robbins?
Yeah. Stuff in his pockets identified him immediately. He's a partner in a small chemical firm and just got out of jail.
Just out of jail?
For getting drunk and slugging his wife. He was crazy jealous of her. With reason, maybe. I'm told she's quite a dish. Off the record for the time being, Miss Robbins was especially green-eyed over a guy named Mercer.
Well, that sounds like something.
Of course, your men are looking for Mercer.
Now, they're looking for everyone who had any connection with Robbins.
Oh, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant?
Here's Mr. Bantry, Captain.
Bantry?
The dead man's business partner.
Oh, yes. You are Mr.
I am Carl Bantry, Captain. Is that under the sheet? Is that
Yes. I'd like you to look at the body, Mr. Bantry.
necessary?
We need your supporting identification.
Very well. Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, now, take it easy, Mr. Bantry.
I've known this man ever since. We went through college together and the war, and since then we've been business partners.
I understand. Mr. Bantry, I've been told that many people, including his wife, found Robbins a difficult man to get along with.
Well, Jeff Robbins did drink too much, and he was subject to fits of wild temper and of unreasoning jealousy, but I liked him. He was a loyal friend and a brilliant chemist.
You and he were in the chemical business, Mr. Bantry?
Yes, Mr.
Casey's my name, Morning Express. I'd like some pictures of you, if you don't mind.
Oh, very well.
Thank you. Well, just go on talking to Captain Logan. I'll get some unposed shots of it. Oh, there's one more question I'd like to ask you.
First, Casey, you'll wait until I ask my question.
Oh, all right.
And now, Mr. Bantry, tell me what you know about Robbins' recent imprisonment for assault and battery and his attitude toward a man named Hugh Mercer.
You've learned about Mercer?
Yeah. Your partner was very bitter toward Mercer, wasn't he? He made threats of what he'd do to him after he got out of jail.
Yes. You think that Mercer may have killed him in order to avoid fulfillment of those threats?
I'm asking what you think.
I know very little about Mercer.
Now, what do you think? What do you know?
He's a rather good-looking young fellow who's probably attractive to a certain type of woman.
Mrs. Robbins said?
The boys are bringing in Mercer now, Captain.
Yeah?
Hey, this I want.
Hey, you fellas have got to believe me. You've got to believe me.
This is Mercer, Captain. They picked him up as he tried to hop a bus 6 blocks from here.
Oh, he did, huh?
And they found this, Captain, a .38 revolver in his pocket, fully loaded, except for 2 slugs that have been recently fired.
I've never fired that gun. I didn't know it had been fired. I bought that gun from Paxton tonight, the pet shop man.
He swore he found it.
I'm telling you the truth now. You've got to believe me.
Tell me the truth, Mercer. Tell me all about this gun and Paxton's pet shop. So you freely admit, Paxton, that Hugh Mercer came to your pet shop last night and...
Yes, Captain. His statements about last night, as you just read them to me, are substantially true. But his continued statement in which he claims that he received a gun from me tonight is altogether untrue.
You deny that Mercer came to the back door of your shop at 6 tonight and paid you $75 in exchange for a loaded .38 revolver?
Of course. Now, look, Captain, I've been in business at the same address for nearly 8 years. The neighborhood cops know me well. I definitely do not keep guns at my place or sell guns.
Somebody told Mercer that you did.
Well, we have only his word for that, Mr. Casey.
Why should he have propositioned you? That part of his story isn't true.
Well, frankly, I think it is true. I figure somebody told him he could buy a gun from me as a joke.
I suppose you want us to believe that you strung along the joke with no idea of providing him with a gun.
Well, I strung him along because by letting him think I'd get him an illegal gun and cheap, I figured he wouldn't shop elsewhere. And then if he'd come to my place tonight, I intended to talk him out of the gun idea. If that failed, well, I meant to notify the cops.
Why didn't you notify the cops first?
He'd have denied anything I said, and I prefer to keep out of other people's business.
Because you delayed, Robbins was killed tonight by Mercer.
You sure Mercer did the job?
The murder bullets were fired from the gun that was found on him.
Oh, I see.
Paxton, you knew Robbins, didn't you?
Well, he came into my place occasionally to buy bird seed for a pair of finches I sold his wife several years ago.
You know Mrs. Robbins better.
She's been in my shop more often.
We understand she's a fine-looking gal.
Understand? You haven't seen her yet?
She was a little hard to locate, but she's being brought here to headquarters now.
Oh, I see.
Now, that'll be all for now, Paxton. Go home. Don't discuss our conversations with anyone. And be back here at headquarters at 10 tomorrow morning.
Oh, I'll be here, Captain. Good night.
Good night.
Well, Logan, you figure that guy's in the clear so clean you can just let him walk away?
Anyone with his excess blubber won't walk too far, Casey. And he tells a straight, believable story.
I mean, he was ready with a lot of good answers.
Well, you don't think he's on the level, Casey?
You know, this Mercer was a perfect sitting duck for a frame-up. He was scared of Robbins' threats, and a lot of people knew it. Paxton might have slipped him that gun, as Mercer claims, after it had been used to bump off Robbins.
Well, that'd mean Paxton bumped off Robbins. Where's his motive?
Well, don't forget there's a good-looking dame in this picture, Logan.
You mean Paxton might be gone and Mrs. Robbins so gone he'd knock off her husband and frame her boyfriend?
Well, that sort of thing has happened.
No, you'll never sell that overstuffed bird seller to me as a guy who killed for love.
No, to me either.
Well, I'm afraid I agree with you, as a matter of fact. Paxton might take a big chance for big dough, but not for a dame.
Mercer did the killing, Casey.
Yeah, I guess so.
Come in.
Mrs. Robbins is here, Captain.
This I want to see.
You found her at a party, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Just as I phoned you. She left the friends Mercer told her she was staying with early this afternoon and went to another place. Afraid her husband might find her. She was at this party when Robbins was killed, so she's in the clear.
Yeah, I figured that, since we got Mercer and his gun.
Sergeant, do you consider her the heartbreaker we've heard described?
Oh, well. And she uses beautiful perfume.
Perfume?
You'll notice it yourself, Captain.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful perfume.
Some of these cups are yours, Logan. The captain's ready for you, Mrs. Robbins.
Thank you. Captain?
I am Captain Logan, Mrs. Robbins.
How do you do?
Hey, she is good looking.
So are gold-plated dumbbells.
She doesn't make me think of dumbbells.
Yes, please sit down, Mrs. Robbins.
Well, thank you, Captain.
So you'll find this chair the best, I think.
Thank you, Mr.
My name's Casey.
Now, just relax, Mrs. Robbins.
We realize you've had some very shocking news.
And I shan't add to your trouble.
Just a few routine questions.
And then you can go home.
You're so kind. May I have a drink of water?
No, I'll get it.
I'll get it.
No, I got it.
Casey!
Well, Logan.
I have never witnessed such a juvenile exhibition as you and Captain Logan put on tape. Like a pair of freshman wolves.
We didn't do anything of the kind, Ann, and I'm tired of hearing you nag, too. Now, just pipe down so I can watch my driving and try to think. I'm sorry, kid.
It's okay. I have been catty. But would you mind giving me a good explanation of why you and Logan treated her so tenderly?
She was scared. Logan and I tried to relax her, that's all. Well, even you must admit she loosened up and talked freely before we let her go.
She didn't tell you anything about her husband's murder.
I think she told us all she knew.
I don't. For my money, she put Mercer up to killing your husband.
I'm not too sure Mercer did kill her husband.
Casey, he was found with the murder gun.
I want to learn a lot more about that murder gun. For just that purpose, I'm driving to Paxton's apartment next to his pet shop just as soon as I drop you off at your place.
You're driving to Paxton?
Mm-hmm. My surprise visit might catch him off guard.
I'll go to Paxton's with you.
What? And nag me all the way? Oh, no, you won't. Oh,
I'll promise not to say another word about your treatment of Mrs. Robbins. I'll even agree that she's beautiful, brainy, and uses fine perfume.
Yeah? I can't ask all that. Just keep an open mind, kid. About her, and Mercer, and Paxton.
Paxton can't be in, can he?
Well, try this door. Well, this is locked. Come on in, Annie.
Well, we can't walk in.
Yes, we can't. Came here to see Paxton, and I'm going to...
Casey, look, there.
What?
He's lying beside that chair. He's all twisted.
Paxton. The guy's dead, Annie.
And now those burns around his mouth.
He's been poisoned. Corrosive. Acid poison. I can smell it.
So can I now. And I smell something else.
So do I. Perfume.
Mrs. Robbins' perfume, Casey. Well, Casey, with the scent of a very distinctive perfume floating in the air of this room, am I still supposed to keep an open mind about the fascinating Mrs. Robbins?
But why should she have killed Paxton?
Oh, like Mercer, Paxton was in love with that woman. And she used both him and Mercer to rid herself of a jealous, brutal husband.
Both Mercer and Paxton?
Yes. Mrs. Robbins persuaded Mercer that he needed a gun to protect himself from her husband. She knew he couldn't be depended upon to kill anybody, even in self-defense. Paxton was made of stronger stuff. Last night, at her urging, Paxton got Mercer to come to him for a gun by means of that mysterious phone call. And tonight, Paxton shot Robbins a short time before Mercer was to call for the gun, and then gave him the murder weapon for the cops to find on him.
Well, then you figure Mrs. Robbins wanted Paxton, her accomplice, out of the way.
Yes. She came here as soon as she was released by Captain Logan, suggested that Paxton set out highball. Then there were 2 empty glasses on this table, Casey, and spunked his drink with poison.
It's a good theory, Annie, but...
Casey?
Huh?
Something in this dead man's hand. Something that looks like...
Let me see it. Yes. It's a piece. An entire corner torn from a $100 bill.
Clutched in his finger.
Annie, that perfume isn't simply floating in the air. This piece of a $100 bill is soaked with it. Smell it.
Yes. Because she had it in her purse. She paid Paxton money for the murder of her husband, Casey, and then killed him to get the money back. And as he was dying, she tore it from his hand.
That's the way it looks, kid.
Well?
Now, wait a minute. We won't bring in the cops on this yet. We're calling on Mrs. Robbins first, and right now.
Mr. Casey, why have you and Miss Williams come? You haven't disturbed your sleep, Mrs. Robbins. After what has happened today, will you please tell me...
Where did you go after Captain Logan told you might leave headquarters?
At home. And you've been here ever since? Yes.
You didn't go to Paxton's pet shop.
I know. Why should I?
Well, the point is, did you?
Certainly not. Paxton has been...
Now, wait a minute. That handbag on your table, Miss, you carried when we met at headquarters, I believe, isn't it?
Yes.
Perfume.
It was dropped after I came home, and a perfume flask inside was broken. What are you doing with my bag?
I want to see what's in it.
Give it to me.
You want? Not only break a flask of perfume in your bag, but you leave a wad of $100 bills in it with a torn-off corner. It's perfect.
Well, that's what you two are talking about. And I don't know where all that money came from. Some change in my bag. If I'd come home alone...
If you...
You killed Paxton. To tell how you contrived your husband. Oh, the police won't think
so. Now, wait a minute, then. Wait.
Wait?
Yes.
Mr. Casey, you must believe me.
You didn't come home alone, Mrs. Robbins? Somebody paid your cab fare?
Yes, Mr. Bantry.
Bantry?
My husband's partner. He was waiting outside of police headquarters.
Well, was he with you when you dropped your bag and broke that perfume flask?
It was Mr. Bantry who dropped the bag and accidentally stepped on it.
Oh, yeah? Who inherits your husband's share of the Robbins and Bantry chemical firm?
I do.
Was your husband insured in favor of his partner?
No. They talked about partnership insurance, but couldn't afford the premium. They planned to take it out after the formula was perfected and sold.
The formula?
It was something they've been very excited about. A secret chemical process that will improve the quality of cheap thin plastic. But Jeff said it would make us rich.
Has Bantry discussed this formula with you?
No. He knows how ignorant I am about such things.
Mrs. Robbins, I want you to phone Bantry and ask him to come here right away.
Come here? At this hour?
Yeah, I've got an idea he's still awake, waiting for news about you rather than from you. Now, if you were to tell him that you've learned something about that formula, that it's been sold, for instance.
Mr. Casey?
Now, never mind. Wait a minute. I'll dope out a complete plan of action for you by the time he can get here. And then, I want you to offer him a drink.
But why?
We'll be here, out of sight.
Annie,
I'm playing a hunch.
Come in, Mr. Bantry.
Mr. Bantry? Why, Hera. Have I stopped being called?
That remains to be seen. Let me close the door.
Who's been talking to you about that formula?
Carl, we've been friends a long time. Let's stay that way. I need friends now.
Of course, Ella, my dear. Now, don't you worry.
Why don't we have a drink? Would you like one?
Well, yes. Yes, I would. If you'll join me.
I will. I have everything right here.
You heard nothing more from the police since you left headquarters?
No, why should I?
I simply wondered.
Sorry for you, such to me.
Yes, thanks. Now, what about that formula? Who's been talking to you?
No one. I was free. I just wanted to make sure that I receive a full half share of the money that formula brings in.
Oh, is that all? Well, don't you worry. You get just full share of the profits from that formula. Let's drink to it.
All right.
But put a little more rye in my glass first, huh?
Certainly. Say when.
That's fine.
Here you are.
Jim, now, we'll clink glasses and, bottoms up.
She doesn't drink that. Well, take that glass from Mrs. Robbins, Ann, and don't spill it
I
properly.
won't. It's the evidence we need.
You let me go. I don't want to hold you, Pantry, so I'll use this to keep you here.
Mr. Casey.
He poured something into your glass while you were fixing his drink.
Smell it, Casey. The same poison used on Paxton. Poison?
Yes.
But I don't understand.
I don't get it all yet. Ann, get the cops here. They'll make this character talk. And we'll all be interested in what he'll have to say.
What did Bantry confess to the cops, Casey?
Well, we have the full story now, and you can read it in the Morning Express, Ethelbert.
I don't want to wait to read it.
Well, okay, impatience, then I'll tell you. That formula, a process to toughen cheap plastics, was perfected during Robin's stretch in jail. And it can be sold for at least $100,000. Bantry wanted all of it.
With the promise of a few thousand, he persuaded Paxton to frame Mercer with that gun after Bantry killed his partner with it.
Bantry shot Robin?
Yeah, and passed the gun to Paxton.
And then he poisoned Paxton and hung a pretty little frame around her. And he would have gotten away with it if our Mr. Casey...
Oh, well, it's nothing at all. I just merely had an inspiration.
If our Mr. Casey wasn't so pig-headed as to think a good-looking gal can do no wrong.
My great gift for character reading gets no respect from certain people, Elizabeth.
I'd like to meet Mrs. Robbins, Casey. You say she's a blonde? Mm-hmm. Blonde. Wow. I mean, Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking.
Come in.
156, go ahead.
56, would be code 6 at 2913 Belmont View Road.
56, code 6, 2913 Belmont View Road. 6:28 p.m.
This is Don Reed. I'm a police recorder working with this detective unit, and we just reported code 6, which means we're out for investigation. Incidentally, this is in regards to narcotics. We'll be going in shortly, but I just want to remind you that these people are not actors. This is the real thing. This is what happens on the night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you back to police recorder Don Reed.
We're on a narcotic investigation located in a private home with Sergeant Perkins and Detective Walter.
Are you ready to drop this?
Now, they're questioning a young lady who telephoned the station and reported that she had been given a marijuana cigarette. Now, let's move in and find out why.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to take this apart. It's a regular cigarette. You got a piece of paper I can have to this apart, take a look inside.
to me like they got a marijuana inside.
What they've done, they have a marijuana cigarette inside of the regular cigarette. It's very cleverly concealed on the inside. There's fragments of marijuana in the cigarette. And this is what they call a reefer, this little brown cigarette. It's very small in comparison. You can see the green marijuana leaf inside of it. How did you get around to getting this?
I work in where the machines are, but the one that this comes from works in a warehouse. It's a boy. And sometimes I go over there and work. And about 3 weeks ago I worked over there, and he gave this other girl one. She smoked it. She don't have to tell me he gave it to her. He went outside and smoked one. So I never said anything about it. So today, I didn't feel so good today anyway. It's up all night. I was shaking my head like this, and he was doped up or something all day. He passed by and he said, I can give you something to cheer your head up. I said, okay. I said, bring it over recess. I said, okay. So when he come back over, I handed me that, and I said, do you know what it is? I said, yeah, I know what it is. He says, smoke it. I said, okay, I will. I said, but I can't smoke it in here. He says, go outside and smoke it. I said, okay. So he thought I smoked it, but I didn't. I put it in my pocket. I said, I feel like the last rose or something. He said, well, come over. He says, I've got the rest of it for you. He said, you come over and eat lunch with me. I said, no, I have to eat over here.
Do you know of anyone else that smokes
just that girl, and he gave her one. He gave her two. It's about 2 weeks ago.
Have you ever seen him smoking any? You've seen him smoking?
He goes to the front door and smokes over in the warehouse.
Did he offer to supply you with any or sell you any?
Today's the first day, and he was really loaded up with something today. Today's the first day. He kept smarting off at me. He always has smarted off at me. And he said, I'll give you something to help that, he said. I said, okay, I just kept leading him on.
When he gave this to you, the marijuana cigarette was inside of the regular cigarette, but in the cigarette itself.
Mm-hmm.
And when he gave it to you, did he take it out of his pocket, or did he just...
He just took his cigarette like this.
It was in his packet of cigarettes.
Like took it out, and I laid my lap there and he put it in my pocket.
And you know that he's given this other girl...
She told me not to tell him that he'd give it to her. I don't think she don't act funny.
Is today the first time that he has talked to you about marijuana at all, or said anything about it? He's never approached you before.
But the girl, she didn't care. She said, just don't tell him that you know where he gets from.
I see. Does he drive a car, do you know?
No. I'm scared of him.
He's not going to give any trouble. What we'll do, we'll pick him up, and if we can find some marijuana on him, why, that's all we need. We appreciate very much your cooperation. This is something we don't want to be permitted to continue. Marijuana just is bad enough in itself, but it leads to a lot worse things than just that. Okay?
Good.
Fine. Thank you very much. Good night.
Looks like it's the real stuff, huh, Sergeant?
Yeah, there's not much doubt about that. Well, we'll call the night office over to the factory and get his address and go over and pick him up. Right.
We're moving into the area of the suspect's home now. Checking the houses. Should be the next one on the right-hand side.
That white one over there. Tell you what, Kurt, let's go past the place and drive around the back and check out the back entrance.
Oh, you circle the corner. We'll swing around, check out the back side of the house. Makes a turn. It's very short, little blocks in here. Now we're around where we can get a good look at it. Appears to be just an ordinary frame house, just one back entrance, and it'll be easy to cover. This sort of gives us an idea of the location of things in case any trouble should develop. Now we'll swing around one more corner and be on the right street. Here we go. In any narcotics investigation, you have to move with a great deal of rapidity so that the suspect doesn't have a chance to dispose of any evidence.
We go down. He'll take the front and back of the apartment. I'll take the front and check the back. Back exit and see if they can look in the windows.
House is just up ahead a couple 100 feet. We'll pull right in behind these parked cars here and walk the rest of the way.
Detective Walter across the lawn to the back. We'll go up to the front door. Windows are open. Woman, possibly suspect's wife inside. 2 young children playing under the van. The suspect is sitting in a chair. Well-groomed, average height. Very calm. Want a coffee? Walter? How many times have you been arrested? About 6 times. What for?
Grand theft.
For what?
Grand theft auto.
Grand theft auto?
Yes.
What else?
That's all.
That's all?
Yes.
You've been arrested for armed robbery?
No, sir.
Been picked up on suspicion of armed robbery?
Yes, sir.
You were arrested then, weren't you?
No, sir.
You crooked?
Yes, sir. It was only for suspicion.
What I mean is an arrest, right?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
You have any objection to our looking around through your house?
Of course not.
I want to look you over just a little bit first, if I may. Check through your pockets here. You know what we're looking for?
Well, from the looks of what you're going in there, so it looks like it is for narcotics.
How about it?
You mean, do I have them?
Yes.
No, I never touch it.
Well, now we know differently. You know,
I haven't any.
you had some.
I never have it. Never use it.
We know differently.
Well, you can look all over the house. I don't have any.
Well, we're going to run. Just start from one room right through the other.
Okay.
I don't want to find that you're lying to me.
The suspect's wife.
Is that right?
Curious. Coming over.
Why we're down here?
No, I
Any
don't.
idea?
No.
How many children do you have?
2.
2? How old are they?
One's 4 and one's 11 months. 4 years and 11 months.
Here's the situation. We believe your husband is in possession of and using narcotics. Do you know anything about it?
No, I don't. I'm almost positive he hasn't because I've never seen him. He doesn't act like it.
You've never mentioned anything about it?
No.
Kurt, you start shaking the bathroom down. We're going to look over the bedroom.
We've been searching the house for better than a quarter of an hour. Sergeant Perkins and the suspect are in a little closet looking through some clothing. Pretty tight quarters here. Let's see if we can move right on in.
So far in 2 of your jackets, I found marijuana flake.
I don't think so. Well, if you have it.
You want me to tell you how you carry your marijuana cigarettes?
Well, I don't carry it.
You don't?
No, sir.
I'll tell you how you carry them.
I don't carry
You
it.
put them inside of one of the cigarettes so that the top of the cigarette shows from the top of the package.
Well,
You made a couple of bad mistakes. You've given some cigarettes out.
I haven't used any marijuana. I don't deal in it. I don't use it. I don't smoke it.
How did this marijuana get in your pockets then?
Well, I haven't sliced. I did. If you found something, it's beyond my knowledge.
Anybody else wear these coats?
Well, occasionally, but not too much. My brother-in-law and another brother-in-law stays here with me.
How about this coat here? Who wore this last?
I did. I wore it yesterday.
How about that pink shirt we had a few minutes ago?
Well, that's a new shirt. I just got that.
No one else wore it but you?
No, sir.
No need for that one.
Well, I don't see how. I just got it. I only worn it 3 times.
Give it to you brand new.
I had it made.
You had it made?
Yes, sir.
No one else wore it?
No, sir.
Has it been washed? Watered since you got it?
Detective Walter coming in from the other room.
The only reason we come down here is we want to see just how bad you are. We want to know what your source of supply is. Well, I don't have any source. I don't use it. Well, we know better than that. No use trying to. Well, you have to prove things. No use trying to prove it. I don't use it at all. You can prove it if you think you can.
No, we don't.
I mean, that's
think
your
we can.
Well, okay, that's
we
your
know we
job.
can, and when we leave here, you're going with us.
Going with you?
Yeah. You're going to be arrested for narcotics.
No, I just have to get my clothes on.
Well, because somebody says that he's been using it doesn't always mean that he's been using it.
Do you want to talk to him a few minutes before we take him in?
Can I get the check cash before he goes? Because I can't cash it.
Company check?
No.
No, we can make arrangements for that.
That finishes our business here. The suspect in custody. So, let's head back now for police headquarters. We're Located here at headquarters, with Sergeant Perkins and Detective Walter questioning the suspect regarding his use and possession of marijuana. So far, he's denied any knowledge of the case. We've been here for, just about an hour. Now, the suspect is slumped in the chair, appears undisturbed, confident.
I'm going to show you something.
Unwrapping the evidence. No facial reaction from the suspect.
This is a cigarette that you gave to somebody. We cut it apart. Part of the reefer and marijuana is down here at the bottom. It was put inside of the cigarette and the end was twisted. I mean, out of a package in your pocket. That's part of our evidence. It's my brand, but it couldn't come from you. It came out of your pocket. When's the last time you smoked marijuana? I've never smoked any marijuana. Never in your life? Never have. I never smoked one in my life. You were being arrested on violation of State Narcotics Act. I don't have any, I haven't had some. You got some out of my house or something like that? There wasn't any in my house. I haven't ever had it. Well, the police that we took out of your coat will send out to crime lab for analysis, but I'm talking about that you had some in your pocket, which you gave to another party. I didn't. I still say I didn't, so I'll say from now on because I haven't. Well, why do you suppose somebody would come to us and tell us that? You mean somebody told you that? That's right. To the best of my knowledge, I'm telling you the truth. That's all I can tell you, sir. That's what I know. What I know. I can't change to tell a lie. We're no different. I'd like to hear some proof. Don? Yeah, right away. Okay, sir. Ready? Now, here's a little tape recording we took. I want you to listen to it.
And where the machines are, but the one that this comes from works in a warehouse. It's a boy. And sometimes I go over there and work. And it's been about 3 weeks ago I worked over there. He gave this other girl one. She smoked it. She don't have to tell that he gave it to her. He went outside and smoked one. So I never said anything about it. So today,
watching the suspect's
I don't know what
face,
he did today anyways, up all night.
lips tight, staring at the wall. Only movement, his right hand. Fingers sticking into his pant leg.
I said, okay. So when he come back over, he handed me that. And he said, you know what it is? I said, yeah, I know what it is. He says, smoke it. I said, okay, I will. I said, but I can't smoke it in here. He says, go outside and smoke it. I said, okay. So he thought I smoked it, but I didn't. I put it in my pocket. And I said, I feel like the last...
Okay, Don, that's enough.
He says, I got arrested for it. He said, you can only blood from me. I said, no, I see you here.
Now, do you still deny that you had marijuana? Well, I smoked it, taking a draw off of it. Okay, now I'm beginning to believe you. Did you give somebody there at the plant a marijuana cigarette? Yes, sir. Did you smoke the 13 with yourself? Yes, sir. How many would you say in the past 3 months have you obtained approximately? Not over 4. Not over 4. Did you smoke those yourself, or did you give them away? No, sir. I'd say that I smoked myself. What kind of a feeling did you get out of smoking it? Made me high. I don't know what you would say high is, but it made me... It seemed like I thought a lot of something. Thought more than I would when I was at normal. What do you think about smoking marijuana now? Think it was worth it? Definitely not. All right, Walter, will you take him on back, please? Okay, sir. Well done? What do you think?
I'm mighty happy about this, I'll be honest with you.
Well, you should be. Your tape recorder cracked the case.
Yeah.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on their tour of duty. The people you hear are not actors. Every voice, every sound is real. Investigations are recorded as they actually occur. We will give you the final results of tonight's cases at the conclusion of The Night Watch. Show a profit on your patriotism. Buy United States savings bonds. Buy them regularly at your bank or where you work through the payroll savings plan. If you're looking for an investment, what better investment can you make than one that makes your country secure? Buy United States savings bonds, paying 3% interest when held to maturity, and show a profit on your patriotism. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, now on patrol in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
We've been back in service for over an hour, and just a moment ago, all units on our frequency were ordered to stand by, possibly have a hot call.
All units in the vicinity in cars 5-2 and 5-6. At 1022 Rosemont Way. That's 1022 Rosemont Way. Investigator shooting. Ambulance follow-up. 5-6, your call is code 3.
5-6 and 4.
Shooting. That could mean a lot of things. Still going on. Maybe it's over with. There's our siren. We just got it in. Somebody's already heard. That much we know. Ambulance is dispatched. Rolling with that siren is not exactly my idea of how to spend a relaxing evening. I have a lot of company on that score. Our safety on this kind of a deal is based primarily on the motorist ahead. Coming up to a large intersection, now you can hear that full treatment on the siren. A couple of blocks more and we'll be on the scene of this shooting. Swinging in. Motel. Crowd gathering. Must be the end room. Looking across the room as we enter, there's a man lying on the floor in a pool of blood. The officers are moving in now from both sides, and he is completely spattered with blood, wearing a white T-shirt. You probably hear more police vehicles rolling in and behind us. There is what appears to be a 38 laying on the bed. Now, let's talk to this young lady over here. The officers are questioning her. We'll determine just how this happened. Is he living here alone?
His old boy was with him, but he brought him down to our house. He sent him away for 6 weeks, see? Said he knew his daddy hadn't been eating, and something was worrying him. He said, I wish he was here. I'm a nurse. He said he'd give anything if I was here, that he was in so much pain he just couldn't stand it any longer.
He got sick sometimes?
He's a veteran with a plate in his head. He was crying and screaming over the phone with his head.
When you arrived here, is this where he was when you got here?
He was on the bed, and he staggered over to the door and let us in and said, please forgive me, and then he dropped.
Was he already shot then?
Yeah, he was shot over here and walked over to the door.
Did you hear the shot?
Mm-hmm.
Where were you?
We were right outside the door here. And so we went right and got the landlord then, because we knew, that he had either taken sleeping pills or something had happened. And then just as he heard us walking right outside the door, he shot himself.
You heard one shot, did you?
One shot was
all. When he called you, did he definitely commit suicide?
No. He did on the phone, but not
here.
What
did you say on the phone?
He says, I asked him if he'd like me to, to see if I couldn't come up here and help him. He says, no. He said, by the time you get here, it'll be too late. He says, I'm going to give myself a shot.
Excuse me, yes, sir, but I think we better get a hold of the coroner. Yes, I think we better notify the coroner. We have to have a doctor to pronounce him down. Notify the district attorney, the coroner, and the doctor. Well, if you'll stand by a few minutes, please, and we'll talk
This is his second attempt in 2 years. We got him in time the first time, but this time we didn't.
What did he try to do the second time?
He took 50 sleeping pills.
That's
In Compton, and they have all his records there.
Compton Police Department, have it there. All right, fine. If you'll stand by a few minutes for us, please. Thank you. Is this man dead? Do you know, sir?
Well, he apparently is dead. We called the coroner and the doctor. The ambulance is also on its way.
You find any pulse, though? No pulse and no reaction at all. Okay. The manager's outside. I'm going to talk to him in a few minutes. wife standing outside the door. Both appear highly nervous. Beads of perspiration standing out on his forehead.
He live alone there, does he?
No, with his son. How old is the son?
Well, did he say anything to you about this earlier today? Was he despondent? I understand he's been in ill health. Is that correct?
Well, I understand that the young lady told me that he has a plate on his head and has these terrific pains in his head. So he said he just couldn't stand it any longer.
Okay, fine. Well, thank you very much, and we may
Let's go over now and talk to Lieutenant Lugo for just a moment. See if there's any further information on this.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking over at the victim here. Apparently he has been shot in the heart. Is that your observation, sir?
Yes, just right at the left part of the chest.
Mm-hmm.
And
is that a wound on the arm, or is it my imagination? Is it simply that claret has flown there?
Well, it appears like a wound, but I don't believe it is. I think it's just blood that's settled there.
I see. Well, in other words, our next move now is to wait for the coroner a doctor, to determine whether the victim is officially dead. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct. The doctor will determine that in just a moment.
Son, you want to go over with me? The doctor just arrived.
Yeah, okay, sir. Right behind you.
Is this near the heart area? Is that? Oh yeah. Well,
yeah, it could have gone through. Depends which way Amy probably hit some of the big vessels.
And he is dead. Thank you, doctor.
Well, that apparently eliminates any possibility other than suicide, right?
That's what it looks like at the present time, Don. I've got a letter here. It's marked to whom it may concern. Let's go into the room and look at it. Okay. Let's see. Dear son, your mother is somewhere in the East. I believe in Boston. I'm not sure. Thanks for being such a good boy. All the papers and insurance in the trunk, and you know where to find them. My head is killing me, and I can't go on. Forgive me, son. I didn't want it to end this way. Go on and be the doctor you've always wanted to be. Maybe you can help someone who is suffering like your dad. I have always loved you. Your dad. P.S. Please don't let this throw you.
That's a pretty tough assignment for a kid.
Yeah.
You've been listening to an actual case of your police force in action on The Night Watch. This investigation was recorded as it happened. And now back to police headquarters in Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's narcotic investigation proves what I have said on this program many times before. Your police department must depend on the eyes and ears of the citizen. When the witness made known her suspicions that the suspect possessed marijuana, this started the ball rolling with the final result which you heard. Tonight's case differed in another respect, inasmuch as it was the tape-recorded testimony of the witness that finally broke the suspect and led to his confession. Our department, like every other law enforcement agency in the country, is trying to stamp out the deadly use of narcotics. The extent of our success is based on you, the citizen, and your cooperation. The suspect in tonight's investigation was booked 11502 of the Health and Safety Code, the maximum penalty of which is imprisonment in the state prison, not to exceed 10 years. The final case on Night Watch in which a man died of gunshot wounds, the officers submitted a report stating all evidence pointed to suicide. A follow-up investigation by Lieutenant Bob Conlon of the Detective Bureau confirmed this report, and it was entered into the records as such. My department is bringing you the actual happenings on the Night Watch so that you may hear firsthand the important role the citizen plays in maintaining an efficient police department. It is our hope to tighten this cooperation, then our efforts will be well rewarded in bringing you Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, and is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
That's what I heard, Tommy. That's what I heard, I tell you. Frankie ain't going to stop until he stops you.
That right, Chick? Well, what do you know? So Frank Stacy's bringing that feud out into the open.
That's what I heard. What are you going to do about it, Tommy?
Stop fluttering around. Maybe I'll be able to think. Oh, when did they call you Chick? You act more like a chicken than anybody I ever saw. A 40-year-old chicken. Yeah, that's really something.
Well, they don't call me Chick because I act like a chicken. Because I got a high voice.
Because you're yellow, you're chicken hard.
Oh, geez.
Shut up. You're not my problem at the moment.
What I told you about Frankie Stacy brought you down, huh?
Not exactly. But it is making me think.
I kind of got an idea he'd lay off if we'd keep away from his territory, boss. That's what's getting him so sore at you.
What he wants doesn't interest me.
Maybe if you two guys could get together, you could work something out. You better do it fast on account of Frankie figures on knocking you off. Anyway, that's what I heard.
I know that's what you heard. Chick, I think I got something.
Hear what?
Frank Stacy wants to kill me, but I'm going to see to it that he killed somebody else.
I don't think that would exactly satisfy him.
He isn't going to have any choice in the matter. Chick, I got it. Huh? Stacy's going to murder somebody in front of witnesses. Witnesses will talk whenever I say the word.
Oh, I see what you mean. You'll get Stacy to knock somebody off, and then hold that over his head like.
Exactly. And he'll do anything I say.
Hey, I gotta hand it to you, Tommy. That's swell. Hey, you got somebody picked out for Frankie to knock off?
Yeah, I think so.
Who?
Why, you, of course.
Good shot, Frankie. It was solid, Eddie. Solid. And I'm getting hep to all the angles on this billiard table of mine. I'm sharp, huh?
Sure, Frankie, sure. You glad you bought the table now?
Natch. Only I think I'm going to change the color. I don't like that green business.
All pool tables got green, whatever that is on them, Frankie.
That's the reason I'm going to change the color on mine. I'm going to be different. Keen, that's me. Now back up and watch me make a massage shot.
Quarter says you can't.
Put up or shut up.
I can't do it for both of us.
My money's good. Now shut up while I try this shot. Easy money, Eddie. Easy money. We're always making easy money, ain't we?
Sure, but generally I'm on the collecting end, not the donating. That reminds me.
Huh?
Tommy Marlowe is still moving in on some of our stores.
Well, he won't be much longer. I'm going to take care of him and that stooge. Chick. Today, maybe. And I'll take care of him solid. I got a plan.
Want me to get it, Frankie?
Never mind. Yeah, Stacy talking.
Frankie, this is Joey.
So?
So about Tommy Marlowe. You better work fast, Frankie. I just heard that he's sending Chick Lewis out gunning for you. Straight tip, Frankie.
Yeah, thanks, Joey. I'll remember this.
What was it, Frankie? Anything important?
Could be. Tommy Marlowe is sending that stooge that acts like a chicken. You know, that Chick Lewis, out to knock me off.
He's sending Chick? What's he going to do, peck you to death?
That ain't funny, Eddie.
I'm sorry, boss. What are you going to do?
Me? I'm going to call Tommy and make a deal with him later. Right now, I'm going to try and make a 3-cushion shot with this billiard cue.
You see why I asked you to come to my office, don't you, Vance?
Well, no, Markham. To be perfectly honest, I don't. But a summons from the district attorney is a command appearance for me, so here I am.
I want you to realize what'll happen if the reports I have are true.
That there's a feud between Tommy Morrow and Frank Stacy, and that it's liable to flame into the open at any minute.
That's right. And when that does come out into the open, there's going to be shooting. Only I don't know any way to stop it. Or perhaps you might.
If I were sure that either Morrow or Stacy would wind up being killed, I wouldn't bother about it. We'd be much better off without them. There is a chance, though, that some innocent people might get in the way when their gang guns start.
Yes, I believe that, too. There must be something you can do to prevent a murder, Vance.
My talent lies mainly in solving killings, Markham.
As I well know. We have one possibility of averting bloodshed in this situation. I understand that Morrow and Stacy hate each other, but that they respect each other, too. That they've arranged some sort of a conference.
Find out where the conference is being held, arrest them both, and you have your solution.
We have no case against either of them. Not right at the moment, that is. But I'm convinced the conference won't work out. And I'd like to prevent the bloodshed I'm sure will follow.
I understand your feelings. Now, let me see. There's Tommy Morrow and his chief stooge, Chick Lewis, on one side. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, Lewis is a thin, red-headed fellow. Looks more like a chicken than he does a man. On the other side is Frank Stacy and his head hoodlum, a character named Eddie the Lug.
Of the Boston the Lugs, no doubt.
No doubt.
Markham, I realize your predicament, and I thank you for giving me the overall picture of the situation.
So far, I haven't given you any complete picture. It's more like a negative. What do we do about it, Vance?
Nothing, I'm afraid, my friend. We'll just have to wait till we see what the negative develops.
Well, Tommy, here we are. You see any sign of Frank Stacy? I don't see none.
No, Chick, I don't see any sign of him either. But he'll be here. This meeting was his idea.
You think he was on the level when he asked you to meet him?
Could be, and then again, maybe this is a gag. Now, you keep me covered all the time I walk up to meet him, and if anything happens, I'll... There's that car pulled up over there.
Yeah, I see it. Two guys in it.
That should be Frank Stacy and Eddie the Lug. That's you, Tommy? Yeah, Frankie.
I see you brought company.
You ain't exactly alone either.
I didn't bring Eddie to make trouble. Just to make sure you did. How about meeting me halfway?
Good enough. I'll take your eyes off in a minute, Chicky, honey.
Don't worry, Tommy.
I'll keep Frankie between his gunman and me, so Eddie won't do any shooting. You just make sure Frankie doesn't make a move if he does. Don't ask questions. Let him have it.
Sure.
You coming or not, Tommy?
Right with you. Keep your hands away from your pockets, Frankie. I'll do the same.
Solid, Tommy.
Okay, Frankie. This is as far as I go. You come the rest of the way.
Check. Glad you decided to meet me, Tommy.
I listen to propositions all the time. What's yours? Hey, you got your stooge, Chick, gunning for me. What I hear is that you're a little sore at me for cutting in on you. You're supposed to be out after me.
Maybe the whole thing is a misunderstanding.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Nat. Now, look, Tommy. This is the deal. Stay away from my territory and there'll be no trouble. Keep cutting in and both of us will be sorry. You'll be sorry you did it, and I'll be sorry about what I have to do to you. Latch on?
That's no proposition.
No?
No.
Well, this is. We start working together. Put your territory and mine together. Run things together and split the take right down the middle.
Well, part of that sounds all right. It's okay with me to do just what you say, except one thing. We split 60-40, and I get the 60.
That ain't exactly fair.
So sue me.
People say it's tough. I guess people are right. You don't like a 50-50 deal.
Somebody must have told you.
Okay, Tommy. You had your chance. As far as I'm concerned, we dig each other. The meeting's over.
Good enough, only let me tell you something. Tomorrow at this time, you're going to be begging for the chance at a 40% cut. Spend a little time thinking about that, Frankie. You ain't got much more than a little time left.
Hey, what's the matter, Frankie? That shot was a pushover and you blew it. You nervous or something?
Maybe, Eddie, maybe I am. Give me my gun.
Sure, Frankie, sure.
Only you're in your own house. Nobody will try to get at you here. You worried about Tommy Morrow?
I don't want him to make his move before I'm ready to make mine. Now, let me have that gun.
Sure, Frankie. Here it is.
I feel better with it in my pocket. Yeah. Now maybe I can shoot a little billiards. I'm going to try this one off the rail. 2 bits I make it.
No bets.
That gives me all the confidence I need. I'm solid now, Eddie. Plenty solid. All I needed was...
All you needed was what, Frankie?
Hey, boss, it's Chick Lewis, Tommy Morrow's stooge.
That's right. Don't either of you do nothing stupid like reaching. Frankie, I got a message from Tommy for you. He says if I want to prove I'm not yellow, I'm to take my gun down to see you and let it do the talking on account of...
Good work, Frankie. You done it. You got him right in the chest.
So that was the gunman Tommy sent down to get me, was it? Get rid of him, Eddie. Starting to bleed all over my new billiard table. I don't like the green cloth, but I don't think I like it red either.
In detailing my notes on the Sterling murder case, it struck me that the first incoherency was...
Vance, you busy?
Oh, please come in, Markham. I was just dictating some notes to the machine so Ellen could type them up the first thing in the morning. But it can wait. Just a second now till I turn this off. Glad to see you here, Markham.
Thanks.
Sit down. Your face tells me somebody's been killed.
I must remember to make it a little less revealing because that's exactly right, Vance.
One of those 2 gangsters you were concerned about?
No.
No?
No, it's one of the henchmen I told you about. Remember a fellow named Chick Lewis?
Yes, he worked for Tommy Morrow. And he acted a little like a chicken, I believe you said.
That's the one. We found his body dumped in a lot about an hour ago. He'd been shot. 1 bullet did it. What's the obvious implication?
That he was sent to kill Morrow's rival, Frank Stacy, and Stacy shot first.
But that's not what you're thinking. It never is. You refuse to accept the obvious ever. That's one of the reasons I came down to you right away, even before we picked up Stacy.
Now, wait a minute, Markham. I never refused to accept the obvious at any time. The point I think you were trying to make is that some things are obvious to me that aren't to other people. Nothing you've told me makes me believe that Chick Lewis was killed by anybody other than Frank Stacy.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. Oh, that might be for me, Vance. I left word where I was going.
There's only one way I know to find out. Hello.
Hello, this is Marcy, homicide. Is District Attorney Markham there?
Just a moment, please. Here you are, Markham. Take the phone on the other side of the desk. I'll continue with my dictating.
Good enough, Vance. Sorry I'm such a bother. Hello?
To continue with my notes
Yes,
on the
Markham.
Sterling murder case.
What's
The
that?
2 sisters were very clever in their idea.
What are you talking about?
But their mistake was in trying to be cleverer in their
can't be.
execution of the crime than they were
Yes, I do.
in the planning.
Thank you. Vance?
Yes?
Vance, that call came from Sergeant Marcy in the homicide department.
Yes, I know. I imagine it was something about the murder of the man who was called Chick, correct?
Yes, he just got the police laboratory report on the bloodstains on Chick Lewis's clothes.
And?
Vance, it wasn't human blood at all. It was chicken blood. Chick Lewis had chicken blood in his veins.
Really? Well, that changes things considerably.
It does? How?
I said before that I didn't know any reason that it wasn't Frank Stacy who killed Chick Lewis. I've changed my mind.
This is District Attorney Markham. The chicken murder case concerns the killing of Chick Lewis, henchman of gang lord Tommy Morrow. Morrow has been feuding with a rival, Frank Stacy, and it's natural to believe that Lewis was shot down by Stacy. However, when Philo Vance was informed that bloodstains found on Lewis's clothes proved to be chicken blood, he immediately formed a theory as to his murderer. I'm still in Vance's office trying to find out what it is.
I'm not trying to be mysterious, Markham. Honestly, I'm not.
In that case, you're being mysterious without trying. That's all I can say.
My theory as to who killed Lewis might be entirely impractical. Yours might be right. I'd rather not go into detail at the moment. It's too possible I might be off on a tangent.
You very rarely are.
It's a luxury I can't afford too often. Markham, I'll make you a promise about this case.
What's that?
Leave my theory and me for a few hours, and I'll see to it that you're in on the finale. If I'm right.
What about Stacy? You think I ought to pick him up?
I don't know why not. That is, if you can find him. I imagine he'll go into hiding. And Markham, if I'm not right about my idea of who killed Lewis, I'm going into hiding, too.
Well, this thing worked out just the way I planned it. Thanks for your help, kid.
It's okay, Mr. Morrow.
Now, remember what you did. It helped me get Stacy over a barrel, and that's what I'm going to keep him to. Oh, and you can cut out that Mr. Morrow stuff, kid. Just call me Tommy.
That's okay.
Now, just a minute. Yeah, who is it?
This is Stacy, Morrow.
Hiya, Frankie. You got my message to call me?
That's right. What happened? You decide to get together with me and split the take 2 ways?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that. In fact, I was pretty sure you were ready to listen to that 60-40 deal of mine. Now.
What do you mean now?
Just that. Now. You knocked off a pretty good boy of mine, Chick Lewis, Frankie.
Oh, I did I? Well, that's news to me. Of course, I heard he was dead.
Got it.
But,
You killed him. You killed him at your apartment.
with my little hatchet.
Get cute if you want. But I can send you up anytime I like for knocking off Chick.
You saw me do it, of course.
I didn't.
I got a little news for you. If I killed the guy, and I'm not admitting anything, you understand, I wouldn't be stupid enough to do it with anybody around.
You could have made sure of that, but you didn't. Besides, you trusted the guy who saw you kill Chick.
Eddie?
That's right. He's working for me now.
That's your story.
Wait a minute. Eddie, talk to your ex-boss.
Sure. Hello. That you, Frankie?
That's enough. Put Tommy Morrow back on.
Sure. He wants to talk to you again.
I thought he would. Okay, Frankie, what goes now? 60-40 split for me and you? Or does Eddie go to the cops?
Tommy, it looks like you and I are partners. Well, practically partners, anyhow.
Feel like telling me where we're bound for, Vance?
Yes, Markham, I do. I feel very much like telling you.
Well, then?
But I'm not going to. All I can say is that we're en route to find the murderer of Chick Lewis. You've told me that Frank Stacy can be found in his apartment, generally.
That's correct.
And that Tommy Morrow, who employed the dead man, operated from a store. I want very much to talk to one of those 2 men.
I think I know where we're going in that case. You don't concede that Stacy killed Lewis, therefore you want to talk to Tommy Morrow. Is that correct?
Exactly. But if I'm not mistaken, this is the store from which he operates.
And the shades are drawn over the store window, but I think I see some light from the inside.
I'm sure you do. There's a rather strange-looking individual standing in front of the store.
Yeah. A bodyguard, probably.
Morrow's?
It could be. No, Vance, it isn't. I recognize that man. That's Eddie the Lug.
He works for Stacy.
Yes.
But he's down in front of Tommy Morrow's office. This is really making sense now.
It isn't to me. Unless Stacy happens to be down visiting Morrow.
I doubt that. Wait here a moment, will you?
Do I have any choice in the matter? That's what I thought. I'll wait for you.
I won't be long, Martin.
Going somewhere, Bud?
Yes, I think so. I'm going in to see Tommy Morrow.
What makes you think so?
Look, I don't have any time to delve into my reasoning with you. Step away from that door. Apparently, you didn't hear me. Let me try your other ear. My name is Philo Vance. As soon as you step away from that door, I'm going in to see Tommy Morrow because I think he killed Chick Lewis. Come on, move, you.
Make me.
All right, I will.
Don't think so.
Ah,
I imagine you're right, Vance. You didn't need any help, did you?
not with that character. Well, as long as you're here, Markham, let's go into this store and we'll see Tommy Morrow together.
What about him?
Oh, leave him lying there. He's a good advertisement for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, let's go. Vance, there's nobody here.
There's certainly no place for anybody to be hiding. There's a door leading out the back of this store, and I imagine that Mr. Morrow went out that way when he heard the commotion in the front.
Vance, let's wait right here until you tell me something. You believe, apparently, that Morrow killed his own employee, Chick Lewis. You've offered me no reason for your believing that, or any motive for Morrow to kill Chick.
You're absolutely correct.
Well, it's about time I was. A few moments ago, you told me that seeing Frank Stacy's stooge, Eddie the Lug, outside the store confirmed your theory.
That I did.
You don't tell me how or why or when this case will be over. Don't you think it's about time you parted with some information?
Yes, I do. I believe, in all honesty, that this case will be over tonight. I believe that I can turn Chick Lewis's killer over to you. And what's most important, I believe I can prove everything I say.
The sheriff said his name was Philo Vance.
Sure, I'm sure. And he was looking for you, Tommy. He knew something. I'm sure he knew something.
That Vance is an awful het character, Tommy.
How about he ask you, Frankie?
Well, I can tell you what I think, can't I? We're partners now, ain't we? 60-40 maybe, but partners just the same. I think getting rid of Vance is a good idea.
That's why we're here in front of his apartment, ain't it? That's why Eddie has his Tommy gun pointed at the window, ain't it?
And I'm awful anxious to get even for that knocking around he gave me, too. Believe me, I am. A couple of shots from this gun will square things.
It always does. You know, Tommy?
What?
You and I stop our fighting, team up together, and the first thing we do to make the partnership start is have a jam session with a Tommy gun and a guy named Philo Vance. Hey, by the way, you were pretty smart.
What do you mean I was smart?
Buying off Eddie here so he'd be on your side after I killed Chick.
That wasn't dumb.
No, that was sharp, keen, solid. I like having a smart partner. Now, if only Vance would show his face out of that apartment house door, we could go celebrate someplace.
Let him show his face. Just let him show his face.
Get Eddie getting sore. He's got to work himself up to shooting a guy.
Well, they could make an exception in your case if you keep needling him.
That ain't wrong, neither.
All right, I'm sorry. Hold it, Frankie. The apartment house door's opening. That's Vance in the doorway.
That's Vance, all right. Posed nice and pretty. Just waiting for this.
He's falling. You got him, Eddie. Let's get this car moving.
Not so fast. Don't move, you three. My men have this car surrounded. That's Markham, the district attorney.
Well, Markham, maybe you got it. We did a lot of characters a favor knocking off Philo Vance just now. He's smart, yeah. But he couldn't outthink a machine gun bullet.
If you knew how I felt about Vance, you wouldn't talk that way, Morrow. I have a good mind to take care of you three personally. And forget about the law.
That's not necessary, Markham.
That's the guy we killed.
You don't think I'd let myself be killed just to prove my theory was correct, do you, Markham? After you take these three individuals down to headquarters, I'll tell you why I wasn't killed, and how that chicken blood proved no red herring in this case.
You better start from the beginning, Vance. I have a hunch this is going to be complicated.
It isn't at all, Markham, and I think I'd better start at the end. You know now why I called you to be in front of my apartment with some policemen.
Yes. You saw something that led you to believe there'd be an attack on your life because you knew too much about the Chick Lewis killing. And there was. And we heard enough while the police and I were hiding in the hedges near the gangster's car to send them all away for a long time.
If not forever. Very well, then. We have that much out of the way. I'll take it from there. When I saw the men parked in front of my door, I suspected who they were, so I called you. And then fixed up a dummy to resemble me as much as possible.
Then you came down, opened the street door, set the dummy up, and ducked out the back way. I gathered that.
That much is true. Now you want to know how the fact that there was chicken blood on Chick Lewis's clothes proved to me that Frank Stacy didn't kill him.
Before you go into that, I think I'd better tell you that Frank Stacy has already confessed to killing Lewis.
Well, I have no doubt that he thought he killed the man.
What?
This is what happened. Tommy Morrow wanted to get something on Stacy, so he framed the murder. He had Chick Lewis show up at Stacy's apartment, a bladder containing chicken blood underneath his coat. He had already bribed Stacy's stooge, Eddie the Lug, to put a blank cartridge in Morrow's gun.
I see now. I think. Stacy fired the blank. Chick Lewis fell, and as he was falling, broke the bladder containing the chicken blood. In other words, the whole thing was staged to make Stacy think he killed Lewis.
That's right. So that Morrow could, in the future, dominate Stacy.
But if what you say is so, Vance, that Stacy fired a blank, Lewis would still be alive.
Yes, and the chances are he still would be alive if he hadn't quarreled with his boss, Morrow, after the supposed murder. This is pure supposition, of course, but I imagine Morrow's confession will show you I'm right.
In other words, the supposedly dead Lewis was carted out of Stacy's apartment by Eddie. Lewis then went to report to his boss, but they quarreled, and Morrow killed him.
I'm sure that's what happened. It was the only reasonable explanation of why there was chicken blood on Chick Lewis's clothes, Markham. You remember that's what interested me in the beginning.
Yes, I do. And I'll be glad to remember that this is the end of the chicken murder case.
Calling all detectives. Suppose you were a private detective and found that your client was not only killed, but that you were the prize suspect. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. There are some types of cases no private detective likes, and I, Jerry Browning, am no exception, because about all you expect from such cases is... And tell my wife that if she sends any more private detectives after me, they'll get the same treatment. I got up off the floor of the tavern, went on back to my office, and wrote a polite note to Mrs. George Maynard explaining why she'd have to hire another detective to follow her husband around. I also enclosed a bill for $50, but without much hope of ever collecting it. About an hour after I'd mailed the letter...
Hello, Mr. Browning. This is George Maynard. Listen, I'm sorry about hitting you. I apologize. I need your help. Something terrible has happened. Could you come right over to my apartment?
I rubbed my still aching jaw. It didn't hurt as much as the thought of how flat my bank account was. So, after only a second's hesitation, okay, Mr. Maynard, I'll be right over. The Maynard apartment was on the 4th floor, so when the elevator didn't come, I ran on upstairs, found the door to the Maynard apartment unlocked. But as I stepped into the room, I caught a fist flush on the point of my chin. When I came to, a cop was bending over me. Get up, mister. You're under arrest for the murder of Mrs. Maynard. Lured to the house of a man who'd slugged me earlier that day, I was slugged again and found myself under arrest for the murder of a woman, my client. At police headquarters, the desk sergeant said, I never heard a more unlikely story in my life. But I tell you, Mrs. Maynard was my client. She hired me to check up on her husband. All I know is we got a tip that a suspicious character was hanging around the house. The squad goes out there, finds the poor lady shot, and you on the floor knocked cold with a vase. Listen, George Maynard called me. I went there because he asked for my help. You just said he slugged you in the afternoon, and you expect me to believe he called you up in the evening, and you go running back for more? Lock him up. Okay, Browning, you want it upstairs? I left my cell with a feeling that I was walking the last mile. Earlier, I'd had an interview with my lawyer, who'd showed me how bad things looked. George Maynard denied having phoned me, claimed that the reason he'd slugged me in the tavern was not because I was following him, but because he resented my attentions to his wife. The district attorney, my lawyer, and 2 men from the homicide squad were in the big office. The DA scowled, shoved a piece of paper across the desk at me. Here, Browning, sign this and you'll be released. I looked at my lawyer, who nodded slightly. I picked up the paper, saw that it was a form waiver of any legal action for false arrest. I signed and gave the form back to the DA. It's lucky for you, Browning, that you were in such a hurry to quit working for Mrs. Maynard after her husband hit you. We intercepted the letter and bill you sent her. That verifies your story. A warrant's been issued for George Maynard's arrest. That's all. You can leave. I was tired, dirty, and unshaved after my 24 hours in jail, but I didn't go home. Well, maybe the police didn't know where to find Maynard, but I'd spent 2 days trailing him, and I knew his habits. I didn't locate Maynard until I'd made the rounds of half a dozen joints. Finally, collared him in a waterfront bar. Gave him back the 2 wallops he'd given me and 1 more to remember me by. Maynard came to as I was taking him to headquarters. Listen, Browning, I didn't kill my wife. Shut up or I'll put you back to sleep. Maynard kept on pleading with me. He'd come home that evening, found his wife shot, realize that he'd be blamed for it unless...
I had to do something, stall for time, so I thought about you.
I smiled sourly. You'll be lucky if time is all you get instead of the chair. I turned Maynard over to the police, went on home for some well-earned sleep. But the more I thought about Maynard, the more troubled I got. The chances were that he'd killed his wife. And if he hadn't, then he was an innocent man without a chance in the world. I got up, looked at my watch. 11 o'clock. Oh, well. The sleepy-eyed elevator operator said,
What floor?
4, the Manor apartment. The operator snapped, suddenly alert.
They got Manor. I just heard it over the radio.
I nodded. Take me upstairs.
You know, Mr. Browning, I never figured you'd done it. I had Manor pegged right from the start.
I grinned. Oh, you know me, huh? The operator nodded vigorously.
Oh, sure. Your picture was in the paper when they arrested you. And the way I doped it out, Manor was waiting upstairs for you that night. And when you come in, he slugged you, left you there for the cops to find.
I stepped out of the car. Hey, come on inside with me a minute. I turned to the operator. Now, open the door with your passkey. The operator frowned.
You haven't got a passkey.
You're a liar. You have got a passkey because you were in the apartment, hiding there when Maynard slugged me. That's how you knew he slugged me, because the newspaper story was that I was hit with a bait. He tried to dart past me. I put out my foot, gripped him, and a moment later, had a thoroughly subdued prisoner. When I got to police headquarters, I felt like I was coming home. I'd been there so much the past couple of days. Well, it didn't take long to get a confession from the elevator operator. He'd been using his passkey to burglarize apartments in the building. Mrs. Maynard caught him at it. So he killed her. But before he could get out, Maynard returned home. That's why I had to walk upstairs that evening. Because a murderer was hiding in an apartment and watched one innocent man try to pin the blame for the murder on another innocent man. And it'd be nice to say that Maynard was grateful to me. Actually, he threatened to sue me for false arrest. Though he never did. Like I said, when anybody interferes between a husband and wife, the best he can get is a poke in the jaw. And the worst, an accusation of murder.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
It was only a gambler's marker, a promise to pay worth $1,000. And I was hired to find it, which sounded easy, until I realized that it meant the whole future to 2 men, freedom to a third, and death to the girl in the cottage.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Promise to Pay.
It started over a bottle of port at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when Mama Nodella, a proud old lady who ran a restaurant, bet me I couldn't prepare a dish of chicken cacciatore. I never pass up a bet. So at 5:30, I picked up a can of chicken, and at 6 had gone to work on it. At 7:15, everything was ready for the pan, and my enthusiasm was at a high ebb until the telephone rang. And what I thought was a check call from Mama Nodella turned out instead to be Garfield Randall. He was a used-to-be client who at 32 was currently setting the L.A. business world on its ear.
Say, Harlow, did you see the article about me in this morning's paper?
Young Randall, probably next head of Continental Land and Trust?
Yes, that's it.
Chairman of the board, isn't it, Gar?
Yes. Job I've been after for 2 years.
So?
Well, it's a job that'll go to somebody else at noon tomorrow, Phil. Unless you can get me out of a nasty mess I'm in.
What's her name?
Terry... How did you know it was a woman?
It's a trade secret. What do you want me to do?
Well, come over here to my place, 91 Laurel Canyon, immediately. I'll explain then. You can make it, can't you, Phil? I mean, now, right away?
Yeah, I guess so. Right away, Gar. But it hurts. Arrivederci, cacciatore.
Oh, come in, Marlowe, quickly. I'm due there at 8, and it's almost that now.
Small point, Gar, but just where is there?
Oh, Terry Dodge's cottage over in the valley, 3840 Sunswept Drive, just beyond Arthur Murray's place on Ventura. I'm expected because the lady wants $20,000 to keep her mouth shut.
About what?
The fact that a few days ago, an innocent evening with some new friends ended up with me gambling and losing $1,000 at Paul Naylor's club on Lancashire Boulevard, also in the valley, 3100 North. I didn't have the cash on me, so he took my IOU.
Your marker would interest who in particular?
Only the entire board of directors of Continental Land and Trust. They feel their executives should be above that sort of thing, even once in a while.
Mm-hmm. And this Terry Dodge, can she prove that you lost 1,000 gambling?
Well, according to this message here, yes. Came a few minutes before I called you, together with my picture, which she returned, frame and all. Here.
No. God, dear, I gave Naylor the 1,000 and pick up your note as requested. But now I'm confused. Do I give it back to you or submit it to your board of directors tomorrow? Oh, by the way, the chinchilla we saw last week is on sale. I hear only $20,000 it bought right away. Probably cost more tomorrow.
See what I mean?
Yeah. Drop around and see me at 8 tonight, will you? I'd like your advice on the matter. Much love, Terry. P.S. Don't worry about the safety of the note, darling. I have the perfect hiding place for it. Tender, huh? Tell me, Gar, how close were you and this vampire?
Oh, we went together for about a year, but it was getting cold.
Because you've been on the way up?
Because she's been on the way down, Marlowe.
Why'd you give her the money to deliver in the first place?
Well, you see, Phil, I couldn't afford to go near a gambler like Paul Naylor once I'd been nominated for the chairmanship. Of course, I didn't suspect for a minute that Terry would do anything like this. So when I didn't hear from Terry by 6, I called Naylor. He told me that she had already delivered the money, but he also told me that she'd burned the note in front of him at his suggestion.
Which might mean that Terry Dodge is just bluffing, you know.
Yes, or that Paul Naylor is just lying. Your job, Phil, is to find out the truth as soon as possible.
And if I do and the note does exist, what then, Guy?
Then I pay. I have to. It's my whole future.
Yeah. Call you in an hour, Gar, from the valley. After Randall generously settled the matter of my fee with 2 crisp $100 bills, I got into my car and wound through Laurel Canyon into the San Fernando Valley and Sunswept Drive, where I parked away from number 3840, which was the kind of all-alone green and white ivy-choked cottage that life insurance ads wonder if you'll own when you're 65 and out of work. With one exception. The place was lit up like opening night at a Hollywood delicatessen. And when I got close to the front door, which was half open and splashing bright yellow over the mat-marked welcome, I heard a radio from someplace deep inside, playing slow, sad swing. When I knocked twice and got only more Dixieland for an answer, I walked in, calling Terry Dodge's name out loud as I moved through the empty living room. I couldn't tell why, but even as I said the name, I had the uncomfortable feeling that I was wasting my breath. And a minute later, when I entered the bedroom, I was sure of it. Because there, every drawer, closet, and cubbyhole had been turned inside out. And in the middle of all that, and face up on the carpet, was the still form of a beautiful blonde woman in a black silk hostess gown. The monogram in white over her breast pocket said she was Terry Dodge. The ugly circle of dark red on the side of her head said she was dead. Next to her body, I found the pieces of 2 airline tickets for Mexico City. Beyond that, the brass candelabra that had killed her. I dropped the tickets into my pocket and then went back to the living room and a telephone called my client. But when I reached for it, it went off. Hello?
Hello, who is this?
Friend of the family. Why?
Oh, I'm curious by nature, friend of the family.
Now, is Terry there?
Yeah. She can't come to the phone right now. Any message?
Yeah, there is. Tell her Rip Stranigan wants to talk to, if you don't mind.
I don't. Oh, Terry. It's Rip Stranigan. What? Okay. Sorry, Stranigan. She'll have to call you back in a minute and...
And what?
And excuse me. But an unexpected visitor just dropped in. A beautiful one at that. With a gun.
Which she knows how to use very well.
The lady was tall with dark eyes and darker hair. It framed her face the color of warm honey, and she was wearing something white and plunging, which from the waist up had all the material in it of the average necktie.
Who are you?
Rip Stranigan, mean anything?
Only that you're a liar. I've seen Stranigan, and in the first place, Terry's boyfriend's an ex-football player about twice your size.
Oh?
Also, he's from Texas, and you couldn't be.
No.
And just between us, you're much better looking. So once more, who are you?
Little boy Blue, who are you?
Me? Why, I'm Annabelle, Terry's sister.
Always come home with a 38 in your hand?
Well, I only used this gun, Mr. Blue, because I thought you were a prowler. No. With the radio off so you can concentrate, how about the truth?
All right. I'm a private detective named Philip Marlowe. Came here to talk to Terry Dodge. When I found the door open and nobody home, I decided to wait. Now, I can't wait any longer because I'm late for an appointment. So if you'll tell Terry I called, I'll appreciate it. Good night, Annabelle.
Wait a minute before you go, one thing.
What's that?
You were wrong about being little boy Blue.
Oh?
You're prettier. Good night.
My ego sent the lady went for me. But my professional cynicism labeled her local Matahari and suggested that I keep both feet on the ground. So when I was out of her sight at the front door, I tried the oldest trick in the book, which was opening it and then slamming it hard from the inside, which worked. Because when I quietly moved back to where we'd been standing, she was already in the bedroom. And I was glad to hear, surprised at what she'd found there. When she ran back into the living room, her face now the color of wet ashes, grabbed for the telephone and dialed a number that was more than the 3 digits that would bring the police.
Hello?
I was close enough to hear what she
This
said.
is Maxine. She's dead. Yes, in her bedroom, and the place has been turned upside down. So somebody else is after that note, too. No, only a private detective named Marlowe. Well, he didn't act like it, said he was waiting for her. I'll tell you all about it later when I see... What? Keep looking. Listen, maybe you didn't understand me. Terry Dodge is dead. She's been murdered. Well, Maxine Rossi doesn't want to be standing around with jam on her face when the police arrive. It's hard on the reputation. Well, all right, one more look around, but believe me, it'll be a fast one. Goodbye.
When she hung up and inched back toward the bedroom like it was a snake pit, I headed for the door and kept going until I was outside and over to where I'd left my car parked in the shadow of a huddle of dwarf palms. But then as I was about to get in, what I thought was just another tree reached out with both hands, grabbed me by the lapels, and slammed me hard against the side of my own car. Before I could get back onto my feet, what had to be the ex-gridiron great from Texas had both my gun and my wallet out and was smiling with more teeth than I'd ever seen before.
Well, the friend of the family is a private detective, I see.
Yeah, and the athlete's a scholar. He reads.
Shut up, Marlowe. Smart aleck talk won't get you out of this. Now, what were you doing in my girl's apartment?
Looking for a blackmailer named Terry Dodge. And before you get all worked up, Muscles, make up your mind. You want the truth or hot air out of me?
You got a lot of nerve, fella.
Doesn't answer the question.
All right. I'll take the truth. But if it's anything but that, I'll break you in two. Now start talking. Why'd you call Terry a blackmailer?
Because until tonight she was up to a mascara and a deal that called for a man named Garfield Randall to pay her $20,000 to keep his future intact.
I don't believe you. I never heard her speak that name.
Proves the point, Stranigan. They've been going together off and on for a year now.
What? Why, just last night Terry told me that she didn't even want to see any other man.
And as of last night, that might have been the truth. Because a few hours ago, this Randall got his framed picture back from her with interest.
The demand for the $20,000?
The same. Stranigan, what would you say if I told you Terry Dodge has been murdered?
No, Marlowe! You're lying!
Stranigan, let go of my throat!
Lying!
Throat, do you hear? Let go!
Let go. I'm sorry, fella. Do you have any idea who did it?
Yeah, but there's still a little groundwork to be done before I go to the police.
You mean nobody knows about this yet?
Outside of a girl named Maxine Rossi, someone she talked to on the telephone, and the murderer? No. Now tell me, Stranigan, did you Have you heard Terry speak of either this Rossi girl or a gambling note that a guy named Paul Naylor held?
No. No, I didn't, Marlowe. But where do those two fit in?
That Stranigan comes under the heading of groundwork. Now, if you can keep all this under your sombrero until you hear from me again, I'll take my gun and wallet and get going. What do you say?
I say yes. On one condition, Marlowe. When you do get to the killer, I'll get first crack at him.
Fair enough. Now, where can I reach you?
4812 North Ogden Drive. You think you'll need any help?
I don't know. Paul Naylor's my next stop, and according to the talk downtown, he's a hard man to get next to. I'll call you later. The club Paul Naylor ran out on North Lancashire didn't have a name, but the numbers 3100 were taped with luminous Scotch light. Easy to find. However, unless you knew the man behind the peephole, you were nowhere. So 20 minutes later, when I was out of my car and walking toward the steel-plated back door, I decided that getting in to see the head man of the house had to be approached like that was the last thing in the world I wanted to do. I stayed in the shadows of the building, moved a slow step at a time, until I saw a little oily man in a pink shirt, white knit tie, and fuzzy black fedora nearby notice me. Then I moved faster until I was at the steel door, and so was he, with a .45 in his hand.
Lost something, mister?
No. I was, what's the gun for?
Trespassers. These are private grounds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I'll leave right away. I thought this was...
Never mind what you thought. Now get over there, stand very still while I make a phone call inside.
Phone call? What for, cops?
No, stupid. The gentleman who lives here, Mr. Paul Naylor. I think he'd like to talk to you while you can still talk.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, a man who knows something about cars makes a better driver than a man who's completely blank about what's underneath the hood. And in the same way, a man who knows something about our American economic system is able to be a better citizen than a man who hasn't any idea at all about what makes the wheels go around. Understanding our system of mass production enables one to feel renewed pride in the high standard of living this kind of production has helped provide. And it's understanding, too, that enables us to work at some of our system's defects, like sharp ups and downs in prices and jobs. So read, study, listen. And with all of us working together, we can increase our productivity still further and provide for even wider distribution of benefits. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Promise to Pay.
The oily little man in the pink silk shirt spoke briefly into the phone, then breathed garlic in my face while his free hand darted neatly inside my jacket. I came out at 38 with it. Then he jerked me around, unlocked the heavy back door, shoved me through, and marched me on the business end of his .45 down a strip of blue carpet ankle deep to another door of glossy blonde mahogany. He slammed me face first up against it, and then signaled for an audience. When the door swung open, he prodded me, and I stumbled into an office of jungle green drapes and pale beige furniture upholstered in leopard skin. The face that peered at me over 8 feet of desktop smiled, from the ears down. From the ears up, it had never known what smiling meant.
We have a front door for our friends.
I know. That's why I went to the back. I figured I'd pick up an escort there and bypass all that muscular red tape you keep out in front.
Maybe that's smart figuring, maybe not. Depends. What do you want?
Call you a liar, Naylor.
Oh!
Mind your manners, stupid. You're way out of line.
You're building up quite an account, Oily.
You take some long chances, mister. What's your name?
Marlowe. I still want to know why you lied to a friend of mine about burning his marker.
Marlowe, huh? Wait outside, Quincy. I'll call you.
Okay, Mr. Naylor.
All right, Marlowe. So you're Randall's boy, right?
I've talked to him. When Randall called you, you told him that his girl, Terry Dodge, had delivered the money okay, but that you saw her burn his marker.
That's what I thought I saw at the time.
What'd you really see?
She put the marker in her purse and started out of here, but I called her back and told her to burn it.
Why?
Because I don't like my name floating around Marlowe, especially now, with things tightened up like they are. So she went over to the fireplace there and burned a piece of paper.
But it wasn't the note, huh?
Right boy. That call from Randall gave me ideas. I checked the pieces left in the fireplace, and they weren't even the same kind of paper as the marker. So, somebody's shooting an angle, Marlowe. One with my name on it. I don't like that.
I suppose you got the marker back all right.
Not yet. However, I intend to.
Mm-hmm. But on your first try, you got too rough too fast. And killed Terry before she'd talk. Is that it?
You know, if I were you, I'd bite my tongue off before I'd say a thing like that. Even joking.
Who's joking? Girl's been murdered your way.
Smart people die every day. Lots of ways.
Yes. Well, thanks for the information. Good night.
Sit down.
Wait a minute, Naylor. The interview's over.
Not quite. What's Randall steamed up about?
Blackmail, which puts you both in the same boat. If I get the marker to protect him, I have to protect you at the same time for no extra charge. Let's be sensible.
Sensible? Okay. Quincy?
Yeah, Mr. Naylor?
I'm going out. Sit on Marlowe here. Real hard if necessary. Till I get back.
Sure. It'll be a pleasure, won't it, Mr. Marlowe?
Oily straightened his tie and sat down opposite me, humming to himself. Then he unfolded a racing form, tilted his chair back, and apparently forgot about me. He was a perfect setup for a very old gag. Because the two back legs of his chair were perched on the far edge of a green hooked rug that I could reach easily. His eyes okayed my request to light a smoke, and then drop my matches. When I bent down to get them, I grabbed the rug instead and
yanked hard. Couldn't resist, could you, sucker? I'm faster than I look.
Come on, I should have known.
Well, 100%. Now I got an excuse to work you.
Wait a minute, Naylor will want to talk to me when he gets back, Stooge.
You'll be able to talk, only maybe you won't think so good. Get back there in the corner. Go on, move. That's it. Now turn around and face the wall.
He kept the .45 pointed at my middle even while he shifted it to his left hand. And he dipped his right into the side pocket and brought it out clenched around an ugly set of brass nuts. There was a tight knot in the pit of my stomach as he started talking. I just made up my mind to try for his gun regardless when I heard it. When I turned and looked, Oily was sprawled face down on the floor and sprinkled with chunks of shattered crockery, and standing over him like a victorious gladiator was Maxine Rossi.
Marlowe, I came as soon as I found out you were in here. He is so vicious, this Quincy.
Not at the moment, baby, thanks to you. But I don't get it.
There's no
How did
time
you...
for talk now. Come to the roulette table as soon as you can. Hurry, darling.
I watched her slip through a side door. Then rolled Quincy over, got my gun back in its holster, and all of 7 seconds later went out through the same side door. It opened into a lush room, 50 by 50, checkerboarded with people bunched around evenly spaced gaming tables. I moved toward the click of a roulette wheel and found Maxine there throwing blue chips around with a subtle recklessness that meant she had a fortune to squander or that she was a shill for Naylor. How's your luck, baby? Still holding?
Uh-huh. It is so far. But it may change any instant now.
Yeah, well, I guess it's my turn then. Come on, I'll pick up some chips. 10 black.
Marlowe, we got to get you out of here.
You work for Naylor, don't you, Maxie?
Yes, but not like I work for you, Marlowe.
Oh? He sent you up to Terry Dodge's place tonight. Find out what she wanted with that marker. And it was Naylor you called when you found Terry's body, huh?
Yeah. He just left Marlowe not a minute ago. 50-00.
Where was he heading?
I don't know. But one of those scraps of paper that wasn't burned in the fireplace. There was a telephone number of a travel agency on it. He had that with him.
The travel agency?
Yeah.
That might be the one shot I need. Listen, Maxie, Uh-oh. The boys have got me pegged. They're moving in.
I was afraid of this. Wait till the lights go out, darling, and then run for it.
The lights? Baby, I love you. What about you, Maxie?
Don't worry. My father was a longshoreman in San Francisco. I'll know how to get it.
She walked slowly as far as the back corridor, then started to run, and as the two gorillas angled toward the room toward me, I pretended to study the odds on the crap table while I edged for the door. They were almost up to me when the room went suddenly black. Atta girl, Maxie. I ducked low and belted for the front entrance, all stops open. And a few seconds later, I was outside. I put 50 yards between me and the front porch before I so much as slowed down. When I did, I saw something else. Paul Naylor himself across the street just getting into his car. I pulled my gun out and ran for him. Hey, Naylor!
Marlowe, how did you get... Say, what's going on?
I want that phone number you got in your pocket.
Phone number? I don't know what you're talking about.
That's too bad because I don't have time to explain. It was 5 minutes and all of 5 miles later when I stopped at a gas station and climbed into a phone booth to call the travel agency number on a half-burned piece of paper that I'd taken from Paul Naylor. I was sure now that at least I'd get an answer to fit the 2 airline tickets to Mexico City. But the girl who answered the phone exploded that dream with her opening line.
Good evening, Canadian and Northern Railway Agency.
Canada. It didn't make sense. On a hunch, I shot a girl the description of Terry Dodge and hit pay dirt on the first try. A woman who matched it had made a reservation that afternoon to leave for Canada at midnight alone. But then the girl asked me a question. And the answer to that made my next stop my client as fast as I could get there. The drive into Laurel Canyon and up the twisting trail they call the road put some new gray in my hair. But before I got to Randall's house, I pulled over, parked, and climbed the rest of the way quietly on foot. A long brown convertible that wasn't Randall's squatted under the bushes beside the house. I crossed the patio and went in through an open window.
That's what I said, Randall.
I could hear voices, so I inched along the back hall to an open study door and listened.
And don't try anything cute, buddy, or I'll break you in two, and I mean it. Well, what do you say? Give me the money and I'll give you that marker.
Well, how do I know you've got the marker? Where did you get it?
I killed that double-crossing girlfriend of ours, sweet Miss Terry Dodge, to get it. That's where.
What? You mean Terry's dead?
Yeah. We were pulling this deal together and then going to Mexico. But she got greedy, was going to get the money and take off for Canada alone. So now I'm doing it alone. Get the dough, Randall. Time's short.
Wait, I want to see the marker first.
Well, sure. Hand me that picture there. That's right, pretty boy. The one Terry sent back to you today. Well, come on.
All right. Here.
Thanks.
Hey, what are you... What? The marker. It was behind my picture all the time.
Yeah, Terry was real smart. And so was that blabbermouth Marlowe. He tipped me off to the whole thing when he told me Terry sent this back to you today. The marker wasn't anyplace else, so it had to be here. And here it is, Randall. All yours. For $20,000.
No, I won't pay it. I'd have paid Terry blackmail for that note, but I won't shield the killer.
All right, Randall, have it your way. But I'm walking out that front door, and that means I got to leave you dead on the floor.
Randall, that...
Not this time, Marlowe.
Oh, Marlowe, that was awfully close.
Never mind that. Come on, let's get him.
Oh, you missed him.
Yeah, stay here. I'll get him. Oh, my car. I left it halfway down the hill. He'll be 10 miles away the way he's driving before I can get to it.
Well, he's got to be good to drive those roads that fast. Bill. He went over. He was going too fast to get around your car. He went over.
Yeah. And if anybody ever had it coming, it was Rip Stranigan. All American. By the time we got down to the crash, the canyon was swarming with people. An ambulance and 2 prowl cars whined in, and 30 minutes later, the mess was all cleaned up. The police verdict was speed on a dangerous road, and the doctor's forecast was DOA. So Randall and I went back to his place and spent another 30 minutes over some much-needed brandy while I told him everything that had happened.
Great Scott. And it seemed like such a simple thing, Phil. Mm-hmm. Pay a gambling debt and get the marker.
Yeah.
Hard to realize all this happened just because of that.
Well, that plus the fact that you let a pair of nasty characters get you in a spot.
Yeah. It's also hard to believe that they're both dead now and it's all over.
Mm.
And you did a wonderful job, Phil.
I had some wonderful help from Miss Maxine Rossi. There's a kid with lots on the ball, believe me.
Hey, do you think she got away from Naylor all right?
With her talent, you can count on it. But just to play safe, I'm going to let Mr. Naylor know it's hands off, or I'll see his joint ripped wide open.
I'd sure like to help, but I've just sown my last untamed oat.
Yeah, I think so. Well, you're in good shape now. Boys at headquarters are reasonable. I'll run along and tell them what they need to know.
Okay. Oh, Phil, just one thing first.
Hmm?
When you called the agency, the Canadian Railway, you said the girl there asked you a question, and that's why you came up here so fast. What did she say?
Oh, she wanted to know if I was the tall gentleman from Texas with the nice teeth who had inquired earlier about the ladies' reservations.
Uh-huh.
And he got all upset, which, of course, could only mean Rip Stranigan. And that explained the tickets from Mexico, the murder, the ransacked house, and all the rest of it.
Oh, I see.
You know, the more I think about it, Gar, the luckier you get. Good night. Happy board meeting. It was 2:00 in the morning. And the thought of my kitchen littered with dead chicken, raw rice, and the jumble of spices practically turned my stomach. until I opened my apartment door. And then, one step at a time, I got it. The delicious odor of chicken, gacciatore, cooked to perfection. The sight of a gleaming table, set in candlelight. The sound of a cork being pulled from a bottle of wine. And all done in a fine Italian hand. The hand of a longshoreman's daughter from San Francisco. And then, a startling idea hit me. You know, if Maxine Rossi could only... But she can. You know this is dangerous? Oh, brother.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Bill Johnstone, Betty Lou Gerson, Barney Phillips, John Daner, and Jack Crucian. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure to be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
When it started, the tide was high on the San Pedro waterfront, and a hot-tempered kid had murder on his mind. But there was a knife at my throat, a beating under the piers, and a corpse on the beach before the tide went out again. And the kid was finally stopped.
Just about an hour from now, most of these same CBS network stations will bring you the hour-long Sing It Again program, a CBS Saturday night favorite, and the show with radio's biggest jackpot. Of course, tonight the jackpot's down to only $50,000 because last week somebody guessed the identity of the Phantom Voice. Still, $50,000 isn't hay. $25,000 is invaluable prizes for correctly guessing the new Phantom's identity. Then there's an additional $25,000, this time in cold cash, if the Phantom guesser can answer just one more question about the Phantom. There'll be other prizes, too, for cracking one of the many delightful riddle songs. So be sure to stick around for Sing It Again. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, listen to Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the bouncing bank robber. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot.
That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite, and America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember.
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now to Counterspy. Sometimes Counterspy cases extend over a period of years. Tonight's case, however, extended over a period of hours. The most exciting 6 hours your Counterspies ever experienced. River City, 10 minutes to 3 in the afternoon. In a building on the north side, David Harding, chief of the Counterspies, was completing a routine field office investigation. In another building on the outskirts of the city, the Merchants Federal Bank and Loan Association was preparing to close. A few customers were at the teller's window. Then, 2 men entered quietly from the street, stopped, and looked around.
You stay back, Gus, and cover those goons behind the railed-in space. I'll take the cashier.
Okay, boys. Fine. Yes, it's over there. If it's an overdraft, you can get about it. Yes, can I help you, sir?
Yeah, sure, cashier. Take this briefcase.
Why,
This is a stick-up. Start shoving the money into that case fast and quiet. Nobody will get hurt.
Yes, sure.
Come on, faster. Ring the burglar alarm, will you? Okay, hero, take this. All right, everybody, back against the wall. No tricks.
Wait. The door. The door sliding shut.
Nobody move. I said, lady, nobody move. Yes, cut that out. Can't knock these doors down.
The cops will be here. We gotta get out. How do we do it, please? I bet our car's rammed already.
A plate glass window. We'll jump through. Follow me.
Well, get cut. I can't go through the window.
Okay, stay here, but you won't be talking to no cops.
I was just going to take off.
What now? Fast.
Hey, that cop.
Drive. I'll take care of him. Got him. Take the next corner.
Inside the bank? No, sir. He just left for the hospital with the wounded hold-up man. The chief wants you to question the bank manager. He's inside. Right. You remain here with the car for any radio reports.
Mr. Peters, he just went berserk. 2 people wounded, 2 dead.
Yes, I know, Mr. Fulton. But what about the killer's appearance?
Clean cut, very big, athletically built, blonde hair.
No question about the athletic part.
No.
You say he leaped straight through this window without any hesitation.
Yes.
Wonder he didn't cut himself to pieces.
Well, he was wearing a very heavy leather jacket, from what I could see. He ran to about here. His partner said something. Then he turned and shot him, and then continued on straight through the window.
I see. Did you notice how he went through the window?
Definitely. As he leaped, he covered his head with his arms, actually broke the glass with them. And he landed outside just like a tumbler in the circus.
How do you mean?
Well, you know the trick they have. Just before they land, they double up, bring their chins down sharply, and actually land on their shoulders and back.
You're very observant, Mr. Fulton.
Well, it happens I took my daughter to the circus 2 nights ago. I couldn't help noticing.
Say, Peters. Excuse me, Mr. Fulton.
Yes, Edwards.
A report just came in on the holdup car.
Yes?
It was found abandoned in the Rosemount section, 18th Street and Avenue J at 4:10 p.m. The beat patrolman's guarding it now.
Good. We'll get out there as soon as we can.
Any chance, Doctor?
Not much, Mr. Harding. That's why we're using the respirator. It's a wonder this gunman wasn't dead on arrival with these bullet wounds in him.
Well, is there a chance he'll regain consciousness, even for a moment or so?
Well, that's what we're trying to do right now. He's going fast.
Well, try, Doctor, try.
Right. Nurse, another hypodermic.
Adrenaline?
Yes. Alcohol on his chest, nurse. Thank you. There. It'll be a few seconds. Yeah, he's responding. You'd better get over here if you want to talk to him, Mr. Harding. Eyelids moving. Here, I'll remove the respirator. All right, start talking, Mr. Harding.
Can you hear me? Listen. Can you hear me? You know who shot you, don't you?
Rat.
But his name. You don't want him to get away. His name.
Brace. Hondo.
Where does he live?
Hideout.
Yes?
Front Street. 24.
Go on.
24.
It's no use, Mr. Harding. That's it.
Brace Hondo. 24-something on Front Street. Well, thank you, Doctor. I hope it's enough.
No, Brace, I won't do it. You're putting me on a spot.
Don't be crazy, Peg. They got descriptions of me over half the town by now. I heard it on the 6 o'clock news.
Why'd you have to start blasting away?
What do you want me to do, sit there and wait for the cops?
What about my description? You think they haven't got that?
Who can describe it, Dame? Besides, you were in the car all the time. Getting dark now. Look, Peg, there's no two ways about it. We gotta steal that car and lay 'em out of here.
But the whole town's hot. We'd be safer holding up in here.
We'll take that chance. All my life, I've been taking that extra chance nobody else takes. It's always paid off. Besides, babe, they got a murder rap on both of us.
Me? Not me.
Don't kid yourself. You've been in from the start. I fry, you fry. And that's an odds-on bet if we stay here.
Okay, Brace.
Smart girl.
Where do I get the car?
The Farley and Megan Circus is playing a stand just across the river right next to the Arcade Amusement Park.
So?
There's a big lot. Free parking, no attendance. Take the ferry right next to this block across. Go to the lot. There's always some jerk leaves his key in a car. Watch for it, heist it fast, and then get back here.
Hello, Dave. Hospital receptionist told me you'd be in this waiting room.
Peters, you're just in time.
We got a line on the killer's car. It was abandoned.
We can hold that, Peters. The other crook talked before he died.
Oh?
The one who escaped is Brace Hondo, with a hideout on the 2400 block on Front Street, very close to the river, right next to the Arcade Ferry House.
2400 block.
Now, except for one garage, the rest of the block on both sides is old brownstone houses and warehouses.
Set up a raiding squad?
Yes. Now, we won't have enough of our own men, so we'll have the local police lend us a detail. And have them bring along a loudspeaker and spotlights. It'll be dark shortly. I want at least 50 men so we can cover all the exits in that block. All men assigned to their stations, Peters?
Yes, Dave. Moving into position now. They'll start searching every building on the block at exactly 7:45.
Oh, 10 minutes from now. You told them to play it careful. Stay out of sight.
Right. And when we close...
Hold it. Huh. A girl. Going into that brownstone house. Number 2410.
There was a girl about that age driving the getaway car. One of the bank witnesses said.
Yes, I know. When it's time to start moving in, you and I'll take that building personally.
I got it, Brace. The packet 48, loaded with gas.
It's about time. It's almost 7:45. Let's go.
No, I need a drink first. I got the jitters.
There's a bottle belted. I'll make sure the coast is clear. Hey, you dumb little...
What's the matter?
Come here. Look down there in the shadows, on the corner. A cop. And there, another one.
It wasn't me, Brace. I drove right off the ferry and turned the corner. Nobody tailed me, I swear it.
And down there, across the street in that alleyway. More.
What do we do, Brace?
Let's blast our way out. We got an arsenal in this hideout.
No, Brace, I don't want to.
What did I tell you about always taking that extra chance?
But I'm scared.
All right, so cry a few tears, but take this automatic. You can handle it. I'll handle a Tommy gun.
Brace, don't.
Get up. Here it goes. Okay, coppers, here's something for you. Got one. Got an army out there. We'll give them some more. Start shooting, babe. Fire at their flesh.
Okay.
Keep it up, babe.
Oh, Brace, I'm hit. Oh, my arm.
It's getting too hot, babe. Take the roof. We'll have a better chance in the open.
No, Brace. I couldn't make it.
My heart bleeds for you, babe, but I'm leaving you behind. One more burst, you can hold the fort alone. So long, kid. Give my regards to the cops. I ain't in the mood to deliver them personally.
Police and counterspies have every exit covered. Throw your guns out and give yourself up. We'll give you 15 seconds. Then we're coming in after you. 15 seconds from now.
Dave, the roof. That shot came from outside.
Spotlights number 1, 2, and 3 on the roof. Quick!
One of our men hit. Dave, look. Hondo's going to try to jump to the ferry building.
Keep those spotlights on the roof. Spotlight number 4. Stay with Hondo.
Dave, he made it. On top of the ferry slip. The spotlights, quick.
All spotlights. Shift to the roof of the ferry slip.
Wow, that must have been a 15-foot leap. He's going to try to make the ferry. It's leaving the slip.
Keep that number 4 spotlight on Hondo. Hold your fire, men. There are passengers on that boat.
Hondo made it. He's on the ferry boat.
Attention, ferry captain. Reverse your engines and return to slip at once. Attention, ferry captain. Reverse your engines. Attention, ferry captain.
Engine room.
Your engines.
Engine room. New orders from the wheelhouse.
These are government orders.
Reverse your engines. We're going back to the slip.
You go back, Popeye, and you're a dead sea dog.
Who are you?
The guy with a gun. Now listen, Popeye, signal your engine room for full speed ahead and keep going.
Well,
Full speed ahead.
The ferry captain's going ahead, Chief.
Hondo must have reached the wheelhouse, Peters. Have the police on the other side of the river meet the ferry.
Right.
And radio the river patrol for 3 fast boats immediately. We're going after him.
Okay, Dave. We're all aboard.
And cast off. The ferry hasn't reached the other side yet.
Cast off.
Those ferry whistles. They're signaling us.
Yes.
Have them cut our motor.
Cut the motor, pilot. Quick.
Dave, that's Morse code. Call it.
The captain says the gunman dove off the ferry. Radio the other boats to fan out. Throw their spotlights on the river and on both banks. We'll take the center of the fan. Okay, full speed.
Back to Counterspy in a moment. But first,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
more and more among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi's best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi's best? Yes, families like yours and mine. Families all over America. They're all saying, why take less when Pepsi's best?
Pepsi-Cola so delicious, and each bottle makes 2 drinks. It is certainly the cola for the purchaser who thinks everybody's drinking Pepsi. Just compare it with the rest. So much more and so much finer. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to Counterspy. 5 breathless hours have elapsed since Killer Brace Hondo has held up the Merchants Federal Bank and Loan Association. David Harding and his assistant Harry Peters are slowly closing in on the fugitive murderer.
Pretty misty out here on the river, Peter. See anything?
Not so far, Dave. Not even the other patrol boats. Right about 30.
Patrol Boat 3 to Mr. Harding. Patrol Boat 3 to Mr. Harding.
Go ahead, Patrol Boat 3.
We picked up the spot where Hondo may have gone ashore. Just above the amusement park and circus.
Head for it, Patrol Boat 3. We'll join you there. Yep. This is where Hondo came ashore, all right, Peters.
Yeah, trail heads to the circus tent.
Edward.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
Call in the other boats. Now, contact the police at the ferry slip. Have them cover all exits from the circus lot and the amusement park.
Right, sir.
Also have some men in plain clothes circulate through the crowd. Keep a sharp eye out. Peters now contact the circus management and get their cooperation.
This is terrible, Mr. Harding. The evening crowd's beginning to collect.
That's why we haven't a minute to lose, Mr. Purdy. Now, give me a picture of the way you're set up here.
Yeah, well, the circus and the amusement park are completely on Cove's Point.
Yes, I know. We've got every exit covered. But what about your specific layout?
Well, the amusement park is out at the end of the point. The main entrance to the circus arena there leads to the performer's tent.
Well, go on.
And that small entrance over there leads across an open space to the menagerie tent.
Edwards has the men all placed. We've got about 20 more circulating through the crowd.
Good. Well, now, hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
There in the arena. See that bedraggled figure?
Oh, it's just a clown that... No, it's not.
He's sopping wet. That's our man. He's heading for the exit to the menagerie tent. Come on, Peter.
Okay, Mr. Harding. I've got men placed all around the menagerie tent.
Good, Edward. All right, Peter. The PA microphone, please.
Mr. Harding, will there be any shooting?
That's up to Hondo, Mr. Purdy. We'll do our best to avoid it.
I hope you can. Hey, listen to those animals. They're upset and scared.
All right, Dave. Take the microphone.
Hondo, we know you're in that tent. We've got it surrounded. Now play it smart and give yourself up. What are you doing? All right, Hondo.
Hey, the animals, they'll get excited.
Dave, look.
Our lions are loose.
Shooting the lock off the animal cages. Edward, warn all our men. Purdy, get your animal men here, quick. About Hondo. Forget him from now. We've got to pitch in before that circus crowd finds out the animals are loose. They'll start a panic.
Hey, mister, where do you think you're going? The roller coaster's under repair.
Which stall, sister? Get out of that ticket booth. You're going for a ride with me.
But the coaster's under repair, I tell you.
Did she run it off?
Yes. Oh, now, mister. A gun.
Come on, girlie. Start moving fast.
I hope they get all the animals, Mr. Harding.
We'll do our best, Purdy.
All those rotten tricks.
We've still got Hondo's escape covered. He can't get off this point. What's that noise, Miss Purdy?
That's the roller coaster. That's funny. It's not supposed to start now.
Hondo.
The roller coaster. Oh, he's crazy. Where can he go?
We'll find out. Come on.
Tough spot, Dave. Hard to see the upper part of the coaster.
Mr. Purdy, how's this thing built?
It's a pretty long ride all around. The first long incline starts right here. It goes up to a height of about 70 feet right at the edge of the water.
Wait a minute. I can make out something now, Dave. A man in a leather jacket. It's Hondo all right in the car. Holy smoke, there's a girl with him.
Girl?
Good heavens, the ticket girl from the booth here.
I don't get Hondo's scheme. The roller coaster only goes around and ends up right here again.
Well, he could take a high dive from the top of this first incline into that water. Maybe get away from us after all in the dark. Purdy, how do you stop the coaster?
Oh, yes, right here. This big lever. It stopped.
Dave, Hondo's getting up. Starting to climb forward out of the car.
Fire a warning shot, Peters. Come down, Hondo.
He's firing back.
Holy smoke.
Peters, your gun. Yeah, but fast, Dave. He's almost out of the car.
Look out for the girl.
You got him, Dave. Come on. We'll climb up that incline and get him and the girl. What's that?
The car's slipping back. Uh-oh, something's broken. The sawtooth wheels in the middle of the track, they act as a brake.
Car's coming right down here and fast. It'll be a crash. Stand back and pray for that girl. Come on. Take a look at the girl, Peters. How is she? She just fainted. No cuts or anything. What luck. How about Hondo? Here he is in the wreckage.
Your shot did it, Dave.
He was wilder than a wild animal, Peters. This is one case we can close without a trial. I can't say I'm sorry. It took us 6 hours.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but 2. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more depth. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Counterspy case of the murdering messenger.
The fast-talking man who posed as himself to impersonate someone else. The strange corpse that was discovered a quarter-mile deep in the earth. And the riverboat which carried a cargo of intrigue that exploded in the Crescent City. Be sure to tune in on Thursday for
Case of the Murdering Messenger on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight.
Another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
Records of Death. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the unclaimed box.
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Carter, that I have quite accidentally stumbled on a terrible crime. Or, to be more correct, I've stumbled on evidence that a terrible crime has been committed.
But even so, Mr. Field, why do you come to me with it? That sort of thing should be reported to the police.
Mr. Carter, what police would I report it to?
Where was the murder committed?
I don't know.
Well, how can you know that a murder's been done if you don't know where it was done?
Well, that's what makes this particular crime different from any other. Somewhere, sometime, a murder has been committed. Yet I don't know when or where. As a matter of fact, I doubt if anyone in the world knows of it, except those who did it, and me.
And how do you happen to know all this?
Because the victim, a young and beautiful girl, has told me so in her own words. I have the knowledge from her own lips.
Oh, and you've seen and talked to her?
Well, here's the story, Mr. Carter. About a month ago, I attended one of the sales of unclaimed packages that the Express Company holds twice a year. Among other things, I bought was a box about 1/3 the size of a steamer trunk. It contains some miscellaneous articles of clothing and 10 phonograph records.
Phonograph records, huh? Regular professional records?
No, Mr. Carter. They were small record blanks you buy when you make home recordings for yourself. I immediately played the records, and since then I've played them so often I almost know them by heart.
And you learn about this crime from those records?
Yes.
Mr. Field, you wanted to arouse my curiosity. You certainly succeeded. When can I hear these records?
Immediately, Mr. Carter. I have them in my room. If you'll go there with me, we can listen to them at once.
Splendid. You mind if I take my assistant, Patsy Bowen, with me?
Of course not.
And as soon as she's ready, we'll go. Patsy,
Yes, sir?
get your hat. We're leaving at once to listen to a murder.
There's the box, Mr. Carter.
Beautiful, isn't it? Now, Mr. Field, before we go further, there are a few things I should like to know. How long ago did you buy this box at the auction?
A little over a month ago.
Mm-hmm. On the express company, must have had it for about a year or so. Another thing. Were there any wrappings on the box when you bought it?
Yes, it was well wrapped in heavy burlap.
Do you have those wrappings now?
I'm sorry to say I don't. By the time I realized that the wrappings might have furnished a clue to the mystery, they'd been burned in the incinerator.
Too bad. Well, do you by any chance, whatever, recall the name and address to which the box was consigned?
Fortunately, I do. It was addressed to an Alex Delanois in New York City. But I've searched every city directory, every telephone book, every place where names are listed, and I can find no such name anywhere. There was no street address, and the rest of the label, as I remember it, was practically obliterated.
I see. All right, Mr. Field, let's listen to the records.
And gladly. I'm very anxious to get your opinion of them.
Are they in any kind of order?
After hearing them over and over as I've done, I believe that I've finally arranged them in their proper order.
I see.
They're so peculiar, I can hardly wait to see if you can tell me the answer. Here's the first one.
I have a terrible story to tell. But even while I try to tell it, I'm afraid that you who may listen to this will not believe me. But I beg you, if justice means anything to you, believe me and avenge me. I shall rest easier in my grave if I know that those who hope to profit from my death have been deprived of the fortune they plan to get by killing me. I am very rich, but I am not rich enough to avoid the fate that is in store for me.
She sounds as if she meant it, doesn't she?
I thought he was coming in, but he went away. I've tried several times to escape, but I've failed each time. I wish I could tell you where I am, but I can't, because I was drugged when they brought me here. Oh, I forgot to say, my name is Nancy Deering, and I'm 22 years old. You who listen to this will recognize the name at once, of course. I only hope they don't murder me until I can...
Is that the end of it?
Not quite.
He almost caught me that time. But now he's left me alone again. Maybe I can...
That's all. Apparently he came back before she expected him.
She certainly had plenty of trouble getting a story out of the records, didn't she?
Yes. She was interrupted many times, and generally in the wrong places.
I imagine no trouble is too great if you're really desperate.
What a terrible feeling it must be to expect to be killed any minute.
Here's the second record, if you're ready.
Okay, Chief.
I don't know where I left off with my story last time, and I dare not play it back. If they should ever hear what I'm trying to do, they'd take the machine away from me. Then I'd be completely lost. I feel that my end is coming very soon now. They may carry out their plans to... In the gloaming, oh, my darling, when the lights are soft and low, and the flickering... I think he's gone now. I'm sure Ralph was listening at the door, but the singing apparently convinced him I was listening to the radio. When the time comes, I know it will be Ralph who kills me. Olive will undoubtedly help him, but Ralph is the leader. I found that out the other day when they tried to get me to sign the papers which will give them possession of my fortune. I shall never sign, but that... When the lights
The rest of the record is that song.
They did her best to get a story of those records.
Too bad she didn't succeed better.
She managed to get most of her story on the records, one way or another. The only thing she really missed out on was telling us more about herself than just her name.
Probably never occurred to her that the records might travel thousands of miles before someone would hear them.
Yeah, here's the third record.
Last night somebody searched my rooms while I was in bed. Maybe they suspect that I'm making these records. Although I'm very careful. I play the radio all the time so they'll be used to hearing the noise. Ralph told me yesterday he was sure I was going crazy. Maybe I...
Nancy, Olive asked me to tell you that.
And that ends that.
Whose voice do you suppose that was there at the end?
I suspect it was Ralph's. It's amazing how much of the scene she recreates this way without really saying anything definite. To feel the tension and the suspense right along with her.
Yes. On the fourth record, she was able to get part of the visit that Ralph paid her one day. She must have known he was coming and prepared for it by putting the record blank in the machine in advance. Then, when she heard him at the door, she probably turned it on and got this.
Well, put it on quickly, Mr. Philo.
You are, Miss Bourne.
Well, my beautiful young half-sister, have you decided to sign over your fortune to me?
I told you long ago I'd never do that.
If you sign, we'll set you free, just as we promised.
You don't fool me, Ralph. The minute I sign my name to that paper you have there, you'll kill me. You know that as well as I do. You'll set me free. That's funny.
You don't know when you're well off, Nancy. If you did, you'd sign and go free.
You must think I'm a fool, Ralph.
I do. And I also think it won't be long before you wish you had signed.
Oh, I wish this were all over. I wonder how they'll kill me. Ralph would prefer to strangle me, I'm sure. With those great, hairy hands of his. As for Olive, here she'd use poison on the boot.
That's all there is on that one.
It's a pity she couldn't have put more on each record than she did. She really used only a small portion of each blank.
Yes, Betsy, but she had trouble enough to get even that much on them, the way they watched her.
Nick, where could she get the blank records in the first place? They certainly wouldn't have let her have them knowingly.
If I were to make a guess, Betsy, I'd say that when they took her to the place where she was kept prisoner, they probably took along her clothes and some of her furnishings. And among them, probably, was this radio phonograph. Perhaps she specially asked for it because she loved music or something, and the record blanks were probably the machine along with the other records.
That could be. How about the fifth record, Mr. Field?
I've never been able to make much out of this one. Maybe you'll have better luck.
You mean it's not like the others?
Quite different. Here, I'll start it near the end. The whole first part is just scratch and nothing else.
What's the idea of locking her so? Nancy.
Where is she?
Nancy, come on out here.
She's hiding. Drag her out.
I'll find her. Find her.
No, I'm going off the hill. What's there?
Come on there.
Come on, get her.
Now, the sooner you get her, the better.
No.
Fool. Give me that.
No.
Nearly got me that time, didn't you? Too bad for you. You didn't succeed.
Little devil, I'll fix you, but good.
Not very clear, is it?
Perfectly clear to me. Nan locked her door and started the record. For some reason, she waited before saying anything. Then Ralph and Olive came, found the door locked, and, being suspicious, broke it down. Nancy hid, and they dragged her out. There was an argument about something that I didn't get. Nancy grabbed Ralph's pistol and took a quick shot at him, but she missed. Before she could pull the trigger again, he took the gun away from her.
Good grief, Mr. Carter. It's clear enough when you tell it. Well, here's the sixth one.
I must hurry. The time is very short. I may be interrupted any minute. I'm seldom left alone anymore. They seem to be afraid of what I'll do if I'm left alone. I wonder that they haven't killed me before this. I wonder if they...
There's nothing but scratch for quite a bit here, but she starts again.
Olive came in. I had to stop. Now she's gone for a few minutes at least. Yesterday I wrote a letter to my father and I threw it out the window, hoping someone would find it and mail it. But Ralph found it and brought it back to me and laughed at me. I keep asking him for news of my father, but he'll tell me nothing. If Father only knew where I am, he'd rescue me. Maybe if I can just...
And that's the end of that.
We didn't get much out of it.
I wonder where Father comes into this.
We'll see before we're through. This seventh record is more interesting.
because it records a complete conversation between Nancy and Ralph. Good. Let's hear it.
Well, my dear Nancy, how are you today?
If you had your way, I'd be dead.
Why don't you kill yourself and save us the trouble?
You mean save you from having a murder on your conscience? You have such a thing?
Murder is a very ugly word, Nancy.
You're murdering me inch by inch every day that I stay here.
Well, I don't object to doing it that way if I can. If you ever throw anything at me like that again, I'll tie you out so you won't be able to move out of your chair.
Ralph, if you really want me to sign those papers for you, just let me go to my father. If you do, I'll sign anything you ask.
That's out of the question, Anne. But if you sign, we'll see that your father finds you soon enough. And it's only because I'm your half-brother that I offer you this.
You sneaking liar!
I'll show you this time.
No! Please!
Next time I'll kill you. You weren't my half-sister. I do it right now. And I'd enjoy doing it. So don't tempt me too far. I might forget that your mother and mine were the same.
Please. Ralph. Will you get me a glass of water?
Oh.
Please, Al. Please.
Well, all right. But no tricks or I'll lose.
Oh, gosh, I wish we could have had more of that.
Yes. We might have learned something really important. You will. Nancy knew the record was near the end, and that glass of water was merely an excuse to get Ralph out of the room while she put on a new one. Good for her. She's a clever girl.
Oh, what a terrible ordeal she went through. Never knowing from one day to the next whether it was her last.
Quiet, Patsy, please.
Thank you. You were gone quite a long time.
I met Olive in the hall. She reminded me to tell you we've decided that unless you do as we want you to, you have just one more day to live. Just one.
Do you think that frightens me? I'll almost welcome death, because I know it's the only way I'll ever get away from you two. And I'm firmly convinced you'll never succeed in getting possession of my fortune.
Of course we'll get it. No doubt about that.
I don't think you will. No. That is, you won't get it unless you're planning on murdering my father, too. After you forged a new will for him to leave behind him.
Smart, aren't you? Guessed it the first time.
No. No, you wouldn't. You couldn't.
No, why not? He's not my father, and we want his fortune for ourselves.
I can't believe such inhuman creatures as you two really exist.
Our mother bore a strange lot of children, didn't she? On one hand, we have you, my saintly Nancy. And on the other hand, we have the twins, Olivet and me, who are anything but saintly. Yes, life is very strange sometimes.
Get out! Get out! Leave me alone! I gotta die to be with you!
That's an excellent idea, Nan. I'll be gone for about 15 minutes. If you're wise, you won't be alive when I return. Goodbye. I hope forever.
You heard what he said. It was the best evidence I could get. Ralph really made a full confession without knowing that every word he said was being preserved for you to hear. But my father, why was he died? Oh, I beg you, whoever you are, hear these words. If you can do anything to avenge our death, in heaven's name, do it. I go to my death believing that through you I shall have my revenge at last. Oh, please don't fail me. I see the record's coming to an end. Good night. Pray for me. Good night.
If you Nick didn't know she was in deadly earnest, you'd almost think she was putting on an act.
I still feel terribly moved when I hear that record. She never had a chance, really.
Well, let's hear the next one. That's the 9th, isn't it?
Yeah, number 9 is almost a blank. Here it is.
They almost caught me that time. They mustn't do that because they might find the records I've already made and destroy them. They're both coming back in a few minutes, but maybe I can...
Is that all there is on that one?
That's all. That's the end of the record.
There's one more, isn't there?
Yes. Number 10. The first 2/3 of it's blank. It starts here.
Stand back, both of you. Well, no, what you see, I'm armed. You know I can shoot straight. I'll kill the first one of you to move.
That's my gun. Where did you get it?
Olive gave it to me so I can defend myself. That's a lie, you know it. What is it?
You little son. You haven't waited much too long. This time you have. Well, that takes care of you. Olive.
Yes. Yeah. What happened?
The bullet just grazed your temple. Must have stunned you momentarily.
Oh. Is Nancy dead?
Yes. She's dead.
What do we do with the body? The old man will be here in a couple of hours. We don't want to be caught.
And that's the end of the last record.
Poor Nancy. She certainly got a tough break.
I truly believe that's the most remarkably told tragedy in history.
Well, Mr. Carter, have you got any ideas?
I have, but I'm not ready to talk about them yet.
Well, what's the next step now, Nick?
Well, first of all, Patsy, I want to examine the other contents of the box thoroughly. I can look them over more intelligently now that I've heard the records. Then I want to play those records over and over till I know them by heart.
And then?
Then I expect to be able to give you the answer to the problem. Got a sandwich in your pocket, Patsy?
Oh, Nick, I thought you'd never finish listening to those records.
Well, I wanted to be sure I didn't miss anything anywhere. And I believe I've learned everything those records could tell me.
You mean you really found some clues, Nick?
Yes, indeed, Patsy. There are several clues marked out for us very plainly.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But first, I want to go over that list we made of the other things that were in that box addressed to Alex Delanois.
Of course, Nick. Let me see now. Yes, here it is. Ultra cloak with label Felix and Company, Toronto. And a beautiful and expensive thing it was, too. Silk slip with the name Olivette Dupre pinned on it. Wish I could wear silk like that.
Patsy.
A silk slip with the name Nancy Deering pinned to it. A New Testament with the name Evangeline Dupre on the flyleaf. Several rings, all very valuable. A real pearl necklace. And some beautiful and very expensive lace. Also, of course, the blood-stained nightdress, which must have been the one that Nancy was murdered in.
And the 3 snapshots, of course.
Oh, yes. One with the name Olivette on the back, one with the name Ralph, and one with the name Evangeline Dupre Deering.
Whoever packed that box knew exactly what he was doing, Patsy. All ties together beautifully. He or she has given us all the clues he could to the people concerned in the affair.
Evangeline Dupre Deering must have been the mother.
Yes. She had 2 children, twins, Ralph and Olivette by her first marriage. Then she married Nancy's father, a man named Deering.
But that doesn't get us much nearer a solution, Nick.
No, but it does, Patsy. Did you notice that all the voices we heard in the records were American?
Well, yes, I guess they were.
And yet the names are mostly French, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Now, where do we find a combination like that around here?
Why, in Canada, I suppose.
Exactly. And the label on the opera cloak says Toronto, which confirms the Canada idea perfectly.
You mean that the Deerings lived in Toronto?
It's certainly quite logical to assume that the scene of the murder is Canada, and very possibly in the vicinity of Toronto. Well, we start there anyway. Maybe the Toronto police can help us.
But, Nick, even if you're right, it doesn't mean that the police would know anything about the murder. It was all done so secretly.
You're overlooking one thing, Patsy.
I am? Well, what is it?
The family from which these people came was a rich family, very rich indeed, if we may guess from the beautiful laces and from the jewelry and other things packed in the box.
Mm-hmm.
And remember also that Nancy's father was probably killed, too. Now, I can't believe that the head of a rich and probably well-known family could disappear without anyone knowing it.
You mean you think the police will know that something happened to him about a year ago, even if they don't think that there's anything wrong about it?
Exactly. So pack your bag, Patsy, and order a taxi to take us to the airport. We're flying to Toronto immediately.
I'm very happy happy to welcome you back to Toronto, Mr. Carter. It's been many years since you've been up here to see us.
Well, thanks very much, Chief. You mind if I ask you a few questions?
No, of course not. Go right ahead.
Did you get a letter about a year ago telling that a murder had been done, and that if you wanted proof, you should claim an express box sent to New York City in the name of Alex Delanois?
Wait a minute. By George Carter, we did get just such a letter. But we thought it was the work of a crank and destroyed it. Do you mean it was true?
I have every reason to believe it was. Now, another question. Would you know anything about a girl named Nancy Deering, or about her father?
For heaven's sake, Carter, what do you know about the Deering family?
You answer my question first, I'll answer yours. What about the Deering?
The father, Charles Deering, was the younger son of an English nobleman. Mm-hmm. He was immensely rich, had a house here in town, a country place called Deering Hall. He married a woman with 2 children, twins, I believe, and she died when his daughter Nancy was born. He was always prominent in local affairs up to about a year ago, when he's said to have disappeared. Hasn't been seen since. I understand he started for Deering Hall, but never arrived there, according to his 2 stepchildren.
What about his daughter, Nancy?
Nancy was brought up by relatives in Montreal. Few people here know her at all. But as I remember it, she was supposed to have disappeared just before her father did. Although I now understand that she was at Deering Hall with her half-brother and sister all the time.
You say Nancy didn't disappear after all?
I know. As a matter of fact, she was here in Toronto this past week. She believes her father is dead, so she's applied for letters of administration for the estate.
I thought so.
You did? What do you know about it?
Enough to know that this girl who calls herself Nancy Deering isn't Nancy Deering at all. She's an imposter whom the stepchildren have brought in to impersonate her. Chief, we got to get out to Deering Hall at once.
Into the Deering estate turns off somewhere right in here, Carter. I'm not quite sure.
Well, look, Chief. There's a man standing in the road up ahead.
Oh, so there is.
And he's motioning to us to stop.
He looks almost like a dwarf, doesn't he?
He's certainly a queer-looking individual.
Yes, perhaps you are going to the hall.
Yes, we are. Why?
Could you take me back there? I have walked so far, I am tired out.
Oh, of course. Climb in.
What? You are a policeman, no?
Yes, I am.
Oh, then you can help me. And I need help so very much.
What seems to be the trouble?
My name is Alex Delanois. I am the...
Alex Delanois?
But yes, you know me.
You once had a box packed with records and other things to New York City addressed to yourself?
Oh, but yes, you have seen it.
Yes, that's why we're here. Tell me, how did you ever happen to...
Yes, I will tell you everything. I was the caretaker at the hall. Miss Deering let me stay in one of the old tower rooms because I am, as you see, a cripple. Sometimes I do not get out of bed for days at a time. About a year ago, the 2 stepchildren, those so very wicked devils, came to the hall. They brought a girl who was kept a prisoner in one of the bedrooms.
Alex, isn't that the road to the hall just ahead there?
Oh, but yes, the hall is about a half a mile in off this road.
Go on with your story, Alex.
Yeah, the girl was so carefully guarded by those 2. I could not get to her room. I could not help her. I am a cripple.
No, you did what you could, Alex. You being there helped her, I know.
How did you manage to get the things packed in the box?
After they killed Nancy, they did not guard their room so carefully. I got in, I took the records and the other things and packed them in the box. A fisherman I know up by the lake sent the box by express for me. I wrote to the police in Toronto and in New York and told them what had happened and asked them to claim this box. But I am afraid they did not do it.
No, we didn't. We thought the letter was just a hoax.
What about Nancy's father?
The day after Nancy was killed, he came here and they tried to kill him too.
Tried to? You mean they didn't succeed?
No, not quite. They hit him on the head with a pistol and threw him into the lake from the high cliff. But I saw them do it and I rescued him. I took him to my room and nursed him myself until he could get a doctor.
But how is he now?
Well, he's about well now, I think.
There's the house right ahead, Nick.
Drive right up to the door, Chief. I'll go ahead. You keep in the background in case they know you.
Okay, Carter. But I'll be right behind you.
Alex, you and Patsy stay here in the car.
Oh, but of course.
Sure, Nick.
music, please.
Please tell Miss Deering that we've come to take some affidavits concerning her application as administratrix for the estate.
Yes, sir. Well, come in, please. I'll announce you.
It's your turn now, Chief. I'll stand here one side of the door, just in case.
I can handle them, Carter.
Maybe, but they're going to be quiet. Here they come.
Well, gentlemen, what can we do?
Mr. Gray, I arrest you and your sister Olivette for the murder.
I'll take that gun to fight with me.
Oh, no, you don't, lady. This pair of handcuffs will take care of you. Need any help, Carter?
No, I can take care of him.
Nice work, Carter. Pair of handcuffs on him. They'll both keep safely till we can put them behind the bars.
And we can now restore Deering Hall to its rightful owner once more. Even though it's almost a year later, the box at Alex Enowa Pact has fulfilled its destiny.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. What's your story going to be about next week, Nick?
Well, next week I'm going to tell you the tale of the thief and murderer who had to be caught twice before he was really caught at all.
And when Nick caught him the second time, it was because he was able to guess in advance exactly what the criminal was going to do, as well as exactly what he was going to think.
And what did you say the crime was?
Merely a matter of murder and robbery.
There was nothing unusual in the crime itself. The excitement came in the way Nick chased him, outsmarted him, and finally caught him.
It's a very special example of the criminal who was just a little too clever for his own good.
He overrated himself and underrated Nick.
That's always dangerous where Nick Carter is concerned.
Thanks for the compliment. And so long till next week.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. Original music was played by Lou White, and the entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Unwilling Accomplice, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Society Burglar.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. This is Mutual.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. I guess it's the unpredictability of night that catches hold of you and takes you with it. You never know what you'll find in the night or who you'll meet and what stories they'll tell. There are as many stories as there are people. All kinds of stories and all kinds of people. Gentle stories sometimes, and where you least expect to find them, brutal stories. Hidden behind as innocent a facade as the one which fronts the Welcome Mission on Skid Row. Spender, the blind man, is both a Skid Row landmark and tradition. For years, he sat cross-legged near the entrance of the Welcome Mission. And for a blind man, he sees an awful lot.
Going into the mission, are you, Randy?
Oh, maybe, Spender. You got a good memory for footsteps, haven't you?
Nothing wrong with my hearing. Everyone walks different, only they just don't know it. You always walk like you're thinking every step, like something was on your mind.
Well, don't let me kid you, Spender. It's just a pose. Is that Brother James?
Yeah. You better go see him, Randy.
Not while he's playing a recital for the faithful.
Oh, no one's in there. Never is this time of night. Too early for him. You better go in. He's in trouble.
Mission men don't get into trouble.
Go take a look. Somebody's got to help him. Maybe you can. Tell him something from me. Tell him one blind man on the street's enough.
He'll know what I mean?
Take a look at him. You'll see. A good look, Randy.
Okay, Spender.
You must look bad. Sounded awful.
welcome mission was row on row of empty chairs. And Brother James, his back to me, was playing the organ. He didn't turn around when I came in, just faced the empty music stand and kept on playing.
Join in the chorus if you know the words, brother.
I'm not in good voice tonight, Brother James.
Randy, it's good to see you again.
Well, how do you know? You haven't seen me yet.
Just the same, it's good. I know it is.
Everything going all right?
Fine, just fine. I hope things go well with you.
Thank you. But you still won't look at me.
To tell you the truth, Randy, I'm doing you a favor. I had a little accident, but I'm afraid I don't look very well.
Spender said to tell you that one blind man on the street is enough.
Spender's a good friend, but he sees too much.
He hears too much. Hey, let me see. Let me take a look at you.
It isn't anything, Randy.
I turned Brother James' face toward me. One eye was partly opened, and the other was swollen shut, a painful mass of purple, blue, and green. And the welts on the side of his head stuck out like baseballs. He didn't look human. He was a beaten pulp. It made me sick.
It's a lot better now. It doesn't hurt at all.
Well, it won't until the feeling comes back. What happened? Don't tell me you bumped into a door.
I wouldn't lie to you, Randy.
And who did it and why?
Sometimes it's best to say nothing. To turn the other cheek and say nothing.
Well, if you'd turn the other cheek, you wouldn't be able to talk.
I don't expect you to understand my ways, Randy. But they are my ways. You must respect them.
Who did it? Spender said it sounded awful.
Sometimes the path of righteousness is difficult. Sometimes it's tortured and hard to understand.
Do you understand?
Yes, I think I do.
Spender says you're in trouble.
I must find some way to set his mind at ease.
Well, okay, Brother James, you know your business.
Go your way in peace, Randy.
Yeah. Thanks.
I finally find them, Brother James. 5 dozen ping-pong balls. Oh, you would not believe the trouble that... Oh.
Hello, Mama Rizzo.
Oh, Randy. I did not notice you.
Randy was just leaving, Mama Rizzo.
There is no more trouble, is there? He has not come again.
Who, Mama? What trouble?
You know, Brother James.
Everything's all right, Mama.
It's good he has not come again. Next time I will kill
Mama,
him.
please.
Who, Mama? Who will you kill and why?
Oh, no. I have said too much. I go now. I will come back later, Brother James.
Wait, Mama. Mama Rizzo took off down the street like someone had fired on her. I'd known her as a Skid Row fixture for years. Her and the pizza cart she pushed all over the west side of town. But I'd never heard her threaten to kill anyone. And I had the feeling from the way she said it, she might do it. I caught up with her halfway down the block.
Please, Randy, I'm in a hurry.
Yeah, I can tell. Look, now just hold a minute here. What's this all about?
Oh, I am too much out of breath to talk.
Well, catch your breath.
I have nothing to say.
Well, you had stuff to say back in the mission.
Oh, I should not have said it. I was excited. There was trouble, but I should have said nothing.
Who are you going to kill? The guy who beat up Brother James?
I am excited only. I not mean what I say. You must forget I said it, Randy.
Well, we'll both forget it. Now, what happened to Brother James? Who beat him up?
I do not know.
Oh, Mama.
Randy, already I say too much things to you. I like you. We are old friends. Sometime soon I give you some pizza. But now you must leave me alone. I am very busy.
Yeah, I know. You've got 5 dozen ping-pong balls, and you went to a lot of trouble to get them.
Oh, you do not know how much...
What are you going to do with them?
Oh, they are for the mission. Recreation games.
That's a lot of recreation for an empty mission.
They are for recreation.
Who beat him up, Mama?
I do not know.
You sure?
I am sure of this, Randy. Each time you ask me, I will tell you I do not know. Now, this time I go, and you do not follow me.
Spender was wearing a knowing smile when I walked back near the mission. There wasn't any triumph in it. It was just his way of showing me he knew that I wasn't getting anywhere. Like the rest of Skid Row, Spender operated under a well-defined but peculiar set of rules. There was justice in them, but Spender was no informer. He trusted me, and I had to trust him.
Mama Rizzo isn't ready to talk, Randy.
Well, you could have saved me the 50-yard dash. I'm not in condition.
You saw Brother James?
Yeah, and he looks just like it sounded. Awful.
I thought so. It took a long time.
Well, who did it?
I don't know.
Look, Spender, you're the one who told me he was in trouble. Give me a break.
I tell you, Randy, I really don't know. It happened quick, in the alley back of the mission. I was here. No one came this way. Whoever did it went the other way when it was over. It took a long time.
Yeah, you said that. What was Brother James doing in the alley? Instinct keeps me out of all Skid Row alleys.
There's a back entrance to the mission. He went to lock up for the night a couple of nights ago. Someone was waiting for him.
A while back, you said it was too early for anyone to come to the mission. They'd come later, you said.
About 2 a.m. Everyone comes. The winos, the flops, Mama Rizzo, everybody. They troop by me and go in.
Why? What happens at 2?
I don't know, but they stay a long time. Nobody plays the organ. Nobody sings. I don't hear them after they go in the door.
Well, how long do they stay after they all go in?
Wait a minute. He'd know the whole thing.
Who?
The guy, the one just got out the car and went to the saloon across the street.
You know him?
Just his walk. He comes around here a lot lately. Once or twice he goes to the mission, but mostly he goes to the saloon across the street. They call him Mino.
Okay, I'll call him Mino, too. The saloon across the street was regulation. Dark, musky, a few tables you could stumble over if you didn't watch your step, and a few winos as conveniently located. The man called Mino sat at a bar side saddle looking across the street toward the welcome mission. He was dressed a little sharp, big, thick-looking, with no expression in his eyes. He wasn't surprised when I sat down beside him.
Another shot, buddy. You drinking, buddy?
No, buddy, I'm not.
Just leave the bottle, huh? Buddy, you look like a guy with something on his mind.
Well, good for me. A friend of mine got his head beat in a couple of nights ago, Mino. You look like a guy who might know something about it.
Good for me. Well, buddy, I'd be willing to suppose a little with you about your friend.
All right, go ahead.
Let's take a real wild shot. Figure your friend is the soothsayer type, huh? Maybe pumps the organ at the mission, say, and saves a soul here and there.
Let's call him Brother James.
Why not? As long as we're supposing. Now, to my way of thinking, a guy don't generally get in trouble if he sticks to his own line. But if he overlaps a little here and there, he can get himself some rough treatment. Believe me, buddy, I've seen it happen.
No kidding.
Yeah. Now, your friend, Brother James, he should stick to soul saving. That's his line. And maybe you got a line, too, buddy, huh, that you ought to stick to?
Yeah, but back to Brother James. He shouldn't get beaten up for saving souls.
Oh, you're right, buddy. Real right.
So is the competition for souls so tough a guy can get hurt in a rush?
Yeah. You know, I'll tell you something, buddy. You seem to have a lot of time on your hands. Why don't you show at the welcome mission along about 2 in the a.m.? Might cop yourself an eyeful.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I might do that.
Yeah.
This 2 o'clock date, has it got anything to do with ping pong balls?
Yeah. Everything.
2 o'clock in the morning. Both Spender and Mino called it H hour at the welcome mission. I had a while to wait. Time enough to figure Mino for the set of fists that softened up Brother James. I still didn't know why. But that's before I knew the Skid Row rules for ping pong. At 2 o'clock, I stood across the street and watched the flop houses and the wine parlors empty into the welcome mission. A little bit later, I followed the crowd. The chairs were still empty in the big room where Brother James had played the organ, but a shaft of light and some curious sounds were coming from a back room. I started for it, and suddenly there was someone at my side.
Take me along, Randy. Tell me what you see.
Sure, Spender. Only keep it low.
Big crowd here, Randy. Everybody, like I said.
Yeah, well, maybe they won't notice us.
All right, brothers, you've bought your cards. We'll turn the wheel again.
First the ball is number 12.
What is it, Randy?
It's a policy wheel, Spender. Brother James is running a policy wheel. Holy Toledo, in the back of a mission.
Policy wheel? That's like the numbers, right?
It's the same deal. This is a big cylinder. Brother James grinds the handle on it, and when he stops, a ping-pong ball with a number on it drops out the slot in the bottom. Mama Rizzo calls off the number, and the guys check it off on their cards.
Like
Number
bingo.
3.
Just like bingo.
Yeah, that's right, Spender. Only policy wheels are run by the syndicates. A multi-million-dollar racket.
Hold everything, brothers. We seem to have some visitors, Mama Rizzo.
Randy.
Run, Mama Rizzo. Get the book.
Someone heaved a pineapple through the window off the alley. I shoved Spender through the door, and the last thing I saw, with guys climbing over each other trying to get out, was Mama Rizzo clutching a big black book and heading out the alley entrance.
Randy Stone will be back in just a moment. Friends, if you want your child to have the best elementary schooling you can give him, won't you get a pencil and paper to take down the address I'm going to give you at the end of this message? Because of the high increase in our birth rate during and after the last war, it's estimated that by 1956 there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. More equipment will be needed. Textbooks, playgrounds, and above all, more elementary school teachers. For free information about how people in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address. National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 19, New York. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I lost Spender somewhere in the confusion. When the blast was over, I picked myself off the floor in the big main room of the mission. The place was deserted. If any of them were hurt, they took their wounds with them. All except Brother James, who might have run, except that he caught most of the blast. I called the police and went with them to the emergency hospital. After a while, Lieutenant Cass came out of Brother James' room, and I was waiting for him.
It's in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, I thought so.
Check a few things with you. What was going on down there before someone tossed a pineapple in the middle of it?
He was running a policy wheel.
This Brother James?
Yeah, in the back room of the Welcome Mission.
How about that?
Half of Skid Row was there, 20, 30 guys.
Doc says the brother looked like he got beat up. Blows on the head, bruises.
Oh, that happened a couple of nights ago, before the blast.
You had this thing pretty well cased, didn't you?
Well, I got a tip that Brother James was in trouble, that's all.
He got tipped right. He sure is.
There's a guy named Mino something mixed up in this. He was on Skid Row tonight. Probably beat Brother James up and probably tossed the bomb.
Mino. There's a Mino Victor, a low man with a racket's general punk around, son.
A big, thick guy, black hair, black eyes?
That's Mino. That all you know?
That's all I know now.
Yeah, we'll pick up Mino if we can find him. You, keep in touch, huh?
Sure. Skid Row was quiet when I got back. Spender was the only familiar face in sight. We went back into the Welcome Mission and picked our way through the rubble of old bricks and splintered wood and ping-pong balls. Brother James' policy wheel had been blown to bits.
Still smells hot and powdery. Looks pretty bad, doesn't it, Randy?
That's pretty bad. It's a wonder some of us weren't killed.
He still might lose him, Brother James.
Yeah. Spender, it's cockeyed. We got a lot of elements here that just don't mix. Brother James and the policy wheel. Homemade bombs and the Welcome Mission. They just don't go together.
You saw, I heard. They went together, all right.
Yeah, I know, but I've known Brother James for 3 years. He always seemed like a right guy, a fellow who was dedicated to his work. He's done a lot of good on Skid Row, and that's not easy.
Well, you saw him running the wheel. You saw his head bashed in.
Yeah, I know, but it still doesn't make sense.
You know, Randy, sometimes I'm glad I'm a blind man. You don't have to see things you don't want to see. You can't take a man at his face value if you can't see his face.
Have you got it all figured, Spender?
No, I don't think so. Brother James is, how old would you say?
Oh, late 40s, I guess, somewhere in there.
Late 40s, and you've known him 3 years. Not very long in years to know a man.
What are you saying, Spender?
Just, how well do you know Brother James? Did you know him well on September 18, 1948?
I didn't know him at all then.
Might help if you knew him then.
September 18th, 1948. What happened then?
Smart newspaper fella like you can find that out, Randy. Maybe it's no good, but you find out for yourself.
I'll find out.
I'll be around if you need me, Randy.
Oh, how about Mama Rizzo? You seen her?
I haven't even heard her.
I'll be at the Star, Spender. If you get a line on her, give me a call. I left word at the Star that I'd be in the library. Brooke, the keeper of the files and back issues of the paper, is a thin, fit man the color of a file for a mind and all the natural animation of a dry leaf.
September 18th, 1948. Not much of a day for news.
Yeah. Well, just get the Star for that day, will you? What I'm looking for may not qualify as big news.
Now, if you'd picked the 17th of September 48, I could have given you Count Bernadette's assassination.
No, thank you. The 18th.
18th, eh? Well, you know what you're looking for. Oh, seems to me there was something on the 18th.
Just get the file copy down, will you? I'll look for the story.
Has something to do with Burma. Oh, I know. They declared a state of emergency throughout Burma that day after the assassination of U Tin Tut.
Swell.
He was a former foreign minister of Burma, you know.
Oh, Rook, please, get the file copy. Your storehouse of facts impresses me, but I need the paper.
Just trying to be friendly, you know. Don't get a lot of traffic in here, especially in the overnight. Well, it gets lonely, man.
Well, next time I'll bring some of the boys with poker.
No, thanks. Casino's my game. Casino or flinch? There you are.
Thanks.
Here we are. September 18, 1948. Well, isn't on page 1? Oh, yeah, yes, it is. On the right.
Where?
Right there. U Tin Tut assassinated. Burma declares state of emergency.
Honest, Brooke. That isn't the story I'm looking at.
Huh? Okay, it's your problem.
Yeah. What? There's a familiar. James Freeland sentenced in office racket cleanup. Contact man for syndicate receives light sentence for part in policy wheel racket. Well, that's Brother James, all right.
Oh, is it? Not much resemblance.
Well, there shouldn't be any.
Well, he couldn't be such a bad chap, because here he's going to repent, see? He'll spend his confinement repenting, and when he gets out, he'll do things differently.
Yeah, he did, too. That's exactly what he did. I'll get it, Rook. I'm expecting a call. Hello.
It's Spender, Randy.
Yeah, Spender.
Something's going on down here. A few minutes ago, me and those cars stopped across the street. He went to the hotel above the spoon where you saw him.
Better call Lieutenant Cass.
I don't think so, Randy. Just know Mama Rizzo's car stopped there, too. She's up there now. You said to let you know.
Well, you keep an ear on him, Spender. I'll be right there.
You found out about Brother James?
Yeah, Spender. Thanks. Mama Rizzo's pizza cart was parked in front of the dingy hotel when I got there. I walked up the stairs. I'd passed for a desk clerk with sound asleep. He probably wouldn't have been much help anyway. And Mama Rizzo's voice from a room down the hall told me all I needed to know. I leaned against the door and the knob turned slowly.
Crazy thing. Put the rod down. Somebody get themselves.
I will have to keep it now. Already you get by with too much.
Look behind you, dame. I got a buddy.
I don't take my eyes.
Oh, come on. I better give me the gun. I might go off.
Randy, no.
Now, Now, give it to me, Mama.
Get away.
Well, let him go. Where did you get this gun, anyway? It's a regular blunderbuss.
Oh, you are the blunderbuss. Why you do this? For hours I'm looking for this Mino. Finally I find him, then you come. Why you do this?
Don't worry about Mino. The cops will get him. They're all looking for him.
Oh, if he kill Brother James, I will kill him.
Brother James isn't dead yet.
You know who he is. No. He's from the syndicate. Their own way.
It doesn't matter what he runs away from. It's a racket. You and the rest of the poor chumps won't go for it just because Brother James runs the mission. He was convicted and did you know that?
He's a gentleman. He's do good. Here, in this book, it shows he's do good.
Oh, this is the book you died for just before the mission blew up. Let me take a look at that.
No, you will not see the book. No one will see it.
I better have it, Mama. There now, that's all right now. That's better. Now, let's see all the good that's in this book.
Oh, I do not think I like you very much, Randy.
I don't like much about the whole deal, Mama Rizzo. Not much at all. Oh, yes, there's a lot of good here. You know what this is? This is an elaborate record by the day with totals by the week. A Brother James take from every one of the suckers on Skid Row.
Oh, you do not understand.
Nickels, dimes, 20 cents here, 35 cents there. It adds up, Mama. 20, 30 guys playing the game a night, that's hundreds of dollars in a week.
Oh, no.
What do you mean I don't understand? Mama Rizzo was crying when I left, and there was nothing to do but let her cry and take Brother James Ledger with me back to the emergency hospital. Lieutenant Cass and I looked it over good. Next to a signed confession, it looked like all he needed to send Brother James out for quite a while.
Well, it's on there. Funny he'd keep a set of books on it, though. Down to the last penny this way.
Well, the whole thing's a little funny, Lieutenant, but let's face it, a mission man who runs a policy wheel is apt to do some pretty funny things.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
Better than he should be. Came around a little while ago. Had a few words with him.
Like what?
Well, like he wanted to know if anyone else was hurt, especially asked about this Mama Rizzo character. Said he guessed he'd done wrong, that he was going to repent.
Well, he was going to repent the last time. You think I could talk to him and take the book here and talk to him?
Sure, go ahead. He'll be here a while. I'll get the full story later.
You say you've brought the book with you, Randy?
Yeah, right here.
You've shown it to the lieutenant, I suppose.
Sure.
That's good. I'm glad. I feel much better now.
Well, how about inside? Don't you feel a little crummy inside for taking in those characters on Skid Row? That's pretty crummy using the mission as a front.
I suppose it's hard for you to understand, Randy. But a man must work with the tools at hand. At work, he knows.
Well, you were faithful enough to your tools. Policy wheels are all friends of yours.
You see, you don't understand. I thought the book would make you understand.
What, the ledger? It did.
Don't you see, Randy? I built the wheel to protect the men on Skid Row. From themselves and from the syndicate. I couldn't keep them from playing the policy wheel. Mino had a big hold on them.
So you built your own and went in business for yourself?
Not for myself. For the men. My policy wheel worked a little different than Mino's. That's what it shows in the ledger. The figures there are not what the men paid me, but what I paid them.
You paid them money?
Not money very often. Money buys wine. No, Randy. I paid them in food. Overcoats in the winter. Doctor bills, that sort of thing. I guess you'd call it a sort of mutual benefit society.
Well, I'd like to believe that.
Ask the men. Ask Mama Rizzo. Perhaps I was wrong using the means I did. But a man does what he can, Randy. In his own way.
It was wild, but it was true. Lieutenant Cass and I checked every Skid Row bum in the ledger. Cass will probably get the charge against Brother James dropped by the time he gets out of the hospital. Mino's a cinch to serve a little time if anyone can prove he tossed the pineapple. But the big boys, the well-tailored gents who sit on top of the Minos and run the multi-million-dollar numbers games and syndicates, the good chance is they'll just go rolling along. If you find it hard to stomach a mission man running a wheel for the benefit of the down and outers, try thinking a while about what the big boys get by with and see how that sets in your stomach. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Kathleen Height, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Tudor Owen, Jeff Corey, Bonnie, Tony Barrett, and Frank Lovejoy appeared because of Water, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. They are returning soon. Here, McGee and Molly on NBC.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Plenamins, for example. Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your daily minimum requirements of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. And yet, Plenamins cost only pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints on happy homicide.
I beg your pardon?
I said Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints.
Yes, I heard the last part, but I just wanted to be sure there was nothing the matter with my phone. Mr. Diamond, I wish to hire you.
I'm touched. $100 a day in expenses.
I'm touched.
Well, if the figure depresses you a little, I suggest getting out in the fresh air. Exercise. Play a little golf. If you could use a dandy caddy on Sunday.
I can easily afford the fee, Mr. Diamond, but to be frank, it wasn't exactly what I expected. Isn't it a little high?
Well, frankly, yes. But if you hire another detective, you won't be getting the prettiest.
I see. Can you come to my house at 6 this evening?
Name, address, and reason for hiring me?
George Lexington, Golden Strand, Long Island. And I'm in fear of my life.
I'll see you at 6, Mr. Lexington.
On the dot. Please be prompt.
Just have a substantial retainer ready. Aside from my blue eyes, greed and promptness are my two most outstanding features. Well, that's the way a buck's made in my business. I sit around the office for a week, passing the idle hours, playing old Welsh mining tunes on a comb. Then someone gets in trouble, opens the phone book, and naturally the first thing that must catch their eye is my very gaudy full-page advertisement on the Diamond Detective Agency. After that, a phone call, and I'm in business. At 6 sharp, I was ringing the doorbell at the home of Mr. George Lexington, client in fear of his life.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Diamond, to see Mr. Lexington.
Mr. Lexington is busy at the moment. Does he expect you?
I have an appointment with him at 6.
Oh, I see. Please step in. If you'll wait in the library, sir, I'll tell Mr. Lexington you are here. What was that?
Unless you keep a car in one of the upstairs rooms, that, my friend, was a gun going off. Come on. With the butler right behind me, we took the long, curved staircase 3 steps at a time. The butler managed to pant out that Mr. Lexington was in the study at the head of the stairs, so that was the door we went through, only to be stopped cold on the other side. Standing in the middle of the room was a girl. The word girl, in this case, to be identified with adjectives one might think up after having spent 3 lonely years on a life raft in the middle of the Atlantic. The only thing that kept my eyes from melting and running down on my shirt was the .32 revolver she held in her gloved hand.
Miss Morris, no!
Give her the gun, honey.
No. No.
Drop it, honey. You just scorched my money belt. She dropped it, and we all went to pieces. I helped her to a seat and let her cry it out. The gun I could have passed off as a whim or too many hop-along Cassidy adventures, but the man sprawled across his desk on the other side of the room changed the whole picture. I called the 5th Precinct Police Station and got Lieutenant Walter Levinson started for Long Island.
The police?
You shot a man, didn't you?
Yes.
You tried to kill yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, they're both against the law. Want to tell me about it?
He deserved it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I just found something rather strange.
Well, don't scratch it.
Miss Morris shot Mr. Lexington, all right.
I never denied it.
Well, what's bothering you?
The thought just occurred to me. Who also took the trouble of stabbing him?
Stabbing him? He was shot.
Then how do you explain this carving knife in his back?
Oh, now, Diamond, you stop that.
But it's true, Walt.
Sure is, Lieutenant. Been shot in the chest and got a knife in his back.
Oh, how do I get in on these things?
This is Miss Morris, Walt, the girl who shot him.
How do you do? Oh, you shot him, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, who stabbed him?
I have no idea.
Swell. Miss Morris, why did you shoot this, what's his name?
Lexington, George.
Why did you shoot him?
I refused to answer.
Okay, suit yourself.
Where's the coroner, Walt?
Should be here any minute.
I didn't stab him, Mr. Diamond.
When you came in, did you talk with Lexington?
I just opened the door, saw him sitting at the desk, and I shot him.
Did you talk to him?
Oh, sure, Walt. She played 20 questions with him while he was trying to paw the knife out of his back.
I was just trying to trap her.
Why?
Why? Because if she said she'd talk to him, it would have been an admission that,
She'd talk to him.
No, that he was still alive before she shot him.
Okay, who stabbed him?
How do I know?
Well, if he was still alive before she shot him, she talked to him, then she must have seen who stabbed him, right?
Yeah.
Well, if she saw who stabbed him, she couldn't have done it, right?
Right.
And no one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already been shot, right?
No one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already... Yeah, of course. You think I'm stupid?
Lieutenant...
You shut up.
So if they stabbed him, he hadn't been shot and he was alive.
Of course.
Then if he was alive and they stabbed him, the girl didn't do it to confuse you.
Huh?
So if she didn't do it, she can go home. Go on home, Miss Morris.
But, Mr. Diamond...
You heard him. Go on.
That's what I was trying to tell you, Lieutenant. Diamond's at it again.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Take the girl, the butler, and Diamond down to the car. And when the coroner gets here, we'll all take a little drive down to the station. Understand?
Yes, Lieutenant.
What are you yelling at?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the coroner finally arrived and suggested an autopsy for the corpse and a bath in some hot mud for Walt. Then we all climbed into the squad car and headed for downtown New York and the 5th Precinct Police Station. On the way, I told Walt about my phone call from Lexington about 3:45 that afternoon and the few details leading up to finding June Morris with a smoking gun and the dead Mr. Lexington. At the station, we continued to question the girl as to her motive for the killing, but she refused to say anything. The butler could add nothing, so they were taken out to await further questioning. She was allowed to call her lawyer, and we all settled down to wait for the coroner's report on the autopsy.
Yeah?
The dame's lawyer is here. Wants to see you first.
Okay. Girl's lawyer.
Mr. Farnsworth, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant. What is this all about?
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Farnsworth.
How do you do?
How are you?
I just got a call from Miss Morris.
Lieutenant.
Pardon me a minute. Well, what do you want, Hammerhead?
I got the girl's personal effects.
Well, give them to me.
Okay. Gee, what did I do?
Nothing, Sergeant, but your family sure butts things up.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Gee, I don't know.
Am I to understand that Miss Morris is being held here on a murder charge?
That's right.
Just whom is Miss Morris supposed to have killed?
You know a Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes.
He's the boy.
Maybe you can tell us why she would want to kill him.
I suggest you question the witness, Mr. Diamond. But let me warn you beforehand. My advice to my client will be to say nothing until I can find out more about this thing for myself. Now, about Miss Morris.
She stays put.
Lieutenant, I have a great deal of influence.
Then get her rich. She stays put.
What about this George Lexington's background, Mr. Farnsworth?
Let me give you one more suggestion before I leave. Find these things out for yourself. I have a fair reputation in the legal profession.
Good evening, Mr. Farnsworth.
I'll have that writ, Lieutenant.
Oh, go to blazes.
Nice fellow.
A doll. Well, let's see if there's anything in these personal effects here. Take a look through the purse.
Okay.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring in the butler.
Right.
Here's something, Walt.
What is it?
A typewritten note in the bottom of her purse.
What's that?
Meet me at the house at 5:45 this evening. Bring $15,000 and be prompt, or you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Signed, George. George Lexington.
Well, bully for you.
Diamond, I swear.
Out to the butler, Lieutenant.
Come in. Sit down.
Well, thanks. Might be...
Not you, melonhead. Get out of here.
Oh, well, okay. I just thought...
Otis.
Yeah?
When the coroner's report comes in, bring it right in and bring the girl along with it.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
How do you feel, Arthur?
A little upset, sir. This has been quite a strain.
Last name Cameron?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for George Lexington?
About 4 years, sir. Ever since Mr. Lexington came east.
Did you know him before that?
No, sir.
You ever mentioned where he was from?
California, I think.
Had a lot of money?
I presume so. I was paid regularly. He maintained a good-sized house and entertained frequently. To my knowledge, he never had any debts that weren't paid immediately.
How long have you known Miss Morris?
She and Mr. Lexington were engaged 2 years ago. It only lasted a few months. But they still saw each other occasionally.
Did you know Miss Morris was expected tonight?
Yes, sir. She called and said she would be there at 5:45.
You sure about the time?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't expect me at 6.
No, sir. Mr. Lexington said nothing about it.
Is there another way into that study?
Yes, sir. A back door leading down to the garden.
Did Lexington have any other visitors during the day?
No, sir.
Was he in from 3 to 5?
Yes, sir.
I got the coroner's report and Miss Morris, Lieutenant.
Okay, that's all, Arthur. We'll have to hold you until this thing straightens itself out. You go along with Sergeant Loveloon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Arthur.
Yes, sir.
Does Mr. Lexington own a typewriter?
No, sir.
All right. Come in, Miss Morris. Sit down.
Here's the report and the bullet taken out of Lexington and the knife.
Take the butler downstairs.
Right. Let's go, Arthur.
Yes, sir.
When did you receive this note, Miss Morris?
Where?
We found it in your purse. When you become a murder suspect, I'm afraid nothing's very private.
This morning.
It's from George Lexington?
Yes.
He have something on you? Okay, you're just hurting yourself.
Miss Morris, did you know a man named Jack Short?
No.
Who's Jack Short, Walt?
Just read this report. Here's what it says about the late Mr. George Lexington. Fingerprints check one Jack Short, arrested 1936, 38, 39, petty theft, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of possessing narcotics, 3 arrests, 1 conviction. Did a year and a day in Alcatraz.
When did he have time to do his laundry?
He was arrested again in 1942 for manslaughter. Went to trial, case dismissed for lack of evidence. Lovely boy.
You mean George Lexington?
Was really Jack Short a criminal with a record?
But his house, servants, the money he spent.
That's something we're going to find out about.
What does the coroner's report say, Walt?
The knife did kill him, not the bullet. And the knife has got your fingerprints all over it, Miss Morris.
What?
It's got a what?
That's right. Ever see it before, Miss Morris?
I don't know.
It's a carving knife. One that might belong to a set. Something wrong?
That's my carving knife. I missed it this morning.
Sure.
When was the last time you used it?
Last night, I gave a small dinner party.
Do you own a typewriter, Miss Morris?
Yes, I do.
Hello, June. You'd better come along with me.
Oh, Mr. Farnsworth.
Just a minute. What's the idea of busting in here like this, Farnsworth?
I tried to stop him,
You
Lieutenant.
should have stuck out one of your big feet. Those things could trip a tank.
I told you I would be back with a writ. Well, I'm here, and there's the writ. Come, June.
She stays right here.
Lieutenant, you don't seem to
No,
understand.
you don't seem to understand, Mr. Farnsworth. You got that written. It was sustained because I was nice enough not to issue a formal complaint.
Also, there's a little matter of influence.
You're darn right, and I'm going to show you how it works. I'm making a formal complaint right now, and the charge is murder. And if you don't think I can make it stick, I won't even bother to throw you out of my office. I'll let the commissioner do it for me. Now get out of here.
Gee, you're wonderful, Lieutenant.
You shut up.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
One of the questions most often asked a druggist is this: what can I take for fast relief from acid stomach?
I've often wanted to know that myself. What's your answer?
Naturally, ma'am, it's Bismarex, Rexall's justly famous antacid.
Well, why? What is it that makes it so outstanding?
Well, the secret lies in the scientifically developed formula. You see, the active ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach. That way, the relief it gives is not only fast, but continuous and prolonged. Excess acidity is often neutralized in less than 1 minute. Then the other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease up that gastric distress. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Well, I'll have to remember that. Bismarex. Is that how you say it?
That's right, ma'am. BISMA-REX. Bismarex. Ask for Bismarex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Farnsworth got the idea in a hurry and took off like a rabbit with his tail on fire. Walt lived up to his word. After making the formal charge and producing the evidence, the writ was dismissed. He then secured a search warrant for both Miss Morris's flat and George Lexington's house on Long Island. Our first stop was Miss Morris's apartment, and when we went in, I thought how much it looked like her. Small, beautifully decorated. We went over the whole place, nothing except in the small den.
Here's the party list she told us about.
Good 30 names here. Typed.
And there's a typewriter.
You got that note you had in the purse?
Yeah, here. Top of the E is blocked out like on the note. Same machine.
No.
Bring the typewriter, Otis.
Right, Lieutenant.
You going over to Lexington's home?
Yeah, aren't you coming along?
No, I got an idea. Do me a favor, will you, Walt?
Well, sure, why?
When you get over there, besides checking that back door to the study, put in a call to the phone company and see if a call was made around 3:45 this afternoon to El Dorado 1234. It's a toll call from there, and they'd have a record.
Now, let me write that down. El Dorado 1234.
Yeah. I'll call you at Lexington's in about an hour. If that number wasn't called from there, check every name on that party list.
Well, there are 30 names there. You want me to check each one to see whether a call was made to El...
What's the matter?
El Dorado 1234. That's your office number.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye. I left Walt turning that awful green and headed for the Times building. It was a little late when I got there, but an old friend at the morgue noticed the $5 bill I was wearing in my lapel and agreed to take care of it for me while I looked through the newspaper files. I dug up everything on Jack Short and his alias George Lexington. The stuff on Short wasn't much, except the trial for manslaughter had made the front page. The items on George Lexington could all be found in the society columns. From what I could gather, he'd started his social whirl in 1944. He'd been engaged several times, and each time to a wealthy woman. I even came across a picture of June Morris on the evening they had announced their engagement. Well, having all the information I could get, and with one little item dated California, June 26, 1942, tucked away in my pocket, I put in a fast call to Walt, who was at the home of the late George Lexington.
Yeah?
What did you find out?
Well, someone could have gotten in the back door. There were some blurred footprints outside in the garden, but they won't help. If you had a key, you could let yourself in and walk right up the study.
What about the phone call?
There was no call made from here to your office, but one of the names on the list paid off. Mrs. Julia Wright out on Long Island. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
You stay right there, Walt. I'm going out to see Mrs. Julia Wright.
Well, if she called your office today at 3:45, you certainly must have talked to her.
George Lexington called my office today at 3:45.
But he couldn't have. The butler said Lexington wasn't out of the house and the call wasn't made from here.
Well, someone called.
Maybe it was the right day. Maybe she got a low voice and told you she was Lexington.
Walt.
No?
Oh, forget it. You wouldn't like it anyway.
Mr. Diamond?
How do you do, Mrs. Wright?
My butler says your business is a matter of life or death.
Well, that's a little exaggerated, but it's one sure way of getting by the red tape.
Then what is your business, Mr. Diamond?
I'm from the police.
Oh.
Do you know Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes, slightly.
Are you married, Mrs. Wright?
Very happily. What is your interest in Mr. Lexington, Mr. Diamond?
Do you know June Morris?
Quite well. I've known her family for at least 10 years.
She's being held for the murder of George Lexington.
Oh, that poor girl.
She was engaged to Lexington at one time, wasn't she?
Yes. He was a beast. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, he deserved killing.
I thought you said you only knew him slightly.
June used to tell me how terribly he treated her.
A phone call was made from your house yesterday at approximately 3:45 to El Dorado 1234.
I don't believe I know anyone at that number. Are you sure?
A man made it. I talked to him.
My husband wasn't home yesterday. Oh, perhaps it was my lawyer. He was here about that time. In fact, I believe he did make a call. Said it was on business. A call from the library.
What's your lawyer's name, Mrs. Wright?
Why, Mr. Lucius Farnsworth.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I certainly don't like the guy, but his reputation's been spotless.
It's just got to be, Walt.
Here's the girl, Lieutenant.
Come in, Miss Morris.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. Diamond.
June, the note you received was written on the typewriter in your den.
What?
Lab just sent up a report.
You think I sent that note to myself?
No. But can you remember anyone using the typewriter in the last 2 days?
No. No one has used it but myself.
What about the night of the party?
Who uses a typewriter at a party?
Anyone go in the den and maybe lock the door?
What? Why, yes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Farnsworth said he had to make some business calls. He went in and closed. You don't think that...
That Farnsworth did it?
It's absurd. He's been with my family for years.
Did he introduce you to George Lexington?
Yes, it was at a party at Julia Wright's.
Did Mr. Farnsworth know that you owned a gun?
No one knew it.
Were you actually using that knife the night of the party?
Yes, I sliced some turkey.
You remember what kind of a suit Mr. Farnsworth was wearing that night?
He was wearing a dinner jacket.
Lexington was blackmailing you, wasn't he?
I can't answer that.
Oh, honey, believe me, if you don't trust us and it comes out anyway, we'll have no way of stopping it.
All right, it was blackmail. I was going to marry George. There were some letters, a picture. He broke off the engagement and began demanding money. Last week he mentioned something about leaving town, and I received the note. I couldn't afford that kind of money, and I was just tired of paying month after month. I decided to kill him, and I was going to kill myself. I guess I lost my nerve.
Let's go see Mr. Luke Farnsworth, Rick.
June, you sit right here until we get back.
Be careful.
You can make a book on it. I'm going to drive you home. Use your paw.
All right.
There he comes.
Yes, what do you... Oh. What do you want, Lieutenant?
Got any hot coffee?
If this is your idea of some kind of a joke...
Mind if we come in?
I most certainly do.
Thanks.
How dare you break in here like this? I can cause you a great deal of trouble, Lieutenant.
How well did you say you knew George Lexington?
Only slightly.
Hey, get a load of these fancy ashtrays, Walt.
Yeah, but I don't go much for modern. Pretty drapes, though.
Oh, the policemen are being casual.
You only knew Lexington slightly, huh?
Yes, and this is the third time I've said it.
You must make a lot of money.
I have wealthy clients.
How much did Jack Short pay you to get him out of that manslaughter charge?
What?
You remember him. Sensational case. Made you quite a reputation.
Of course I remember it.
This Short was sure a handsome fella. Did he change his name later?
I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Didn't he change it to Lexington? George Lexington?
What is this all about?
Mind if we look around the place?
I most certainly do.
Is that your bedroom?
You have no right to go in there. Where's your warrant?
Nice bedroom.
Get out. Get out. I'll call the commissioner.
Why don't you do that? These your keys?
Put those down.
Take it easy.
I wonder if one of these fits a back door to George Lexington's study.
Don't be ridiculous. I've only been to Mr. Lexington's house twice in my life. Arthur, the butler, will verify to that.
You mean you've only been there twice, but the front way?
I mean exactly that. What are you doing in that closet?
Nice wardrobe. This your dinner jacket?
Lieutenant, I warn you.
No, I'm going to warn you, Farnsworth, officially. Anything that you may say will be held against you. I'm charging you with the murder of George Lexington.
Well, this is really one for the books. Would you mind telling me what proof you have?
You called my office at 3:45 this afternoon from the home of Mrs. Julia Wright. Disguised your voice and told me you were George Lexington.
Really? Hearsay.
You were at a party given by June Morris. You stole a carving knife that she'd been using, probably wrapped it up in a handkerchief to keep her fingerprints on the handle.
Did someone see me?
For some reason, you wanted George Lexington out of the way. He'd been blackmailing victims that you introduced him to. You made sure that Miss Morris would be at his home at exactly 5:45. You wrote a note on her typewriter telling her to be there. You called me to be sure that someone would catch her.
Interesting theory.
You went up the back way into the study, probably with one of these keys. You stabbed Lexington and got out just before the girl came up.
You made one mistake. You didn't figure that the girl might try to kill Lexington.
What?
Yeah, she shot him. But she shot a dead man.
She shot him?
After he was dead. You don't know it, Buster, but you just missed the perfect crime.
Now prove it.
The girl said you were wearing a dinner jacket the night of her party. This the coat?
Yes.
But to get the knife out, you had to put it in a pocket or someplace on you. She had been carving turkey. Ever hear of a spectrograph?
Of course.
Sure. Have the pockets analyzed, and if we find traces of turkey, we'll know you swiped the knife.
And if the key to Lexington's back door is on this ring, it'll cinch it.
I'm afraid not. Come back here, Farnsworth. He's going for the window. Farnsworth, stop. Let me go. Let me go.
Not on your life. Not on your life. You don't take it the easy way.
Get out of his hair. No.
Got him.
No. Why didn't you let me jump? What difference would it have made?
Well, it sure would have saved the state some money. But a quick trip to the sidewalk doesn't make up for a killing. That's the easy way, Farnsworth. You forget when you commit murder, there's a little thing called society. And if you can't live with people, they'll decide what to do with you. Oh, that last mile is a lulu.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you're a user of mineral oil, remember that Rexall mineral oil is carefully refined by a special process to achieve an extra heavy body. What's more, because it's so exceptionally pure and gentle in its action, Rexall mineral oil is non-irritating, non-habit-forming. You'll also like the fact that it's tasteless, odorless, colorless. Next time, try Rexall mineral oil. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Ted Osborne, Betty Moran, Howard McNear, and Virginia Gregg. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yeah.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
What time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, quiet down.
Need some money, come here.
All right, quiet down. What are you doing with those boxing gloves?
I'm going to enter the Golden Gloves tournament. I've been training.
You, a prize fighter?
Yes, I'm known as Butcher Boy Costello.
Butcher Boy Costello?
Yes, I gave my opponent a left to the heart, a right to the kidneys, a left to the chops, and a right cross to the short ribs.
And then?
He knocked me on my pot roast.
You don't even look like a fighter. Being strong is all in the mind, you know, Costello.
It is?
Sure. You have to think strong. Think of Atlas, and you'll have a shape like him. Think of Hercules, and you'll have a shape like his.
That method won't work with me, Abbott.
Why not?
I keep thinking of Rita Hayworth.
What do you think will happen to you if you got knocked around and got punched, drunk, and goofy?
I can always be a straight man like you.
Sure you can. How do you think you'd look with a cauliflower ear, a mushroom nose, and a squash face?
I'd be the only guy in Hollywood with a built-in home garden.
Costello, you're a moron.
What's that?
You're a moron.
That's enough, Abbott. One more word out of you and I'll fight.
Idiot.
That ain't the word.
Costello, you're in a class with an imbecile.
I know. Want me to help you out with your homework?
I'll get him out of here. terrible. I never saw you looking so bad, Lou. What happened to you?
What happened?
Yeah.
You know what happened.
What?
I don't get a chance to do nothing on the show.
Oh, stop.
Oh, I went to that quiz show. Truth or coincidences? They asked me a question. When I didn't give them the answer, they hit me over the head with a crowbar and ripped my clothes off and hit me in the face with a pie and squirted dirty water all over me.
Well, that's terrible.
Yeah, but the joke was on them.
It was?
Mm-hmm. I knew the answer all the time.
You should quit hanging around quiz shows trying to win something for nothing. You ought to get yourself a job and go to work.
I tried to. I studied to be a bartender. I went to the bartender school for 2 years, and I still can't get a job.
Why not?
I can't fix a television set.
I thought so. You're just stupid. Your whole family is stupid.
Oh, how can you say that? My Uncle Mike is a very brilliant man. He invented the cotton gin, the telephone, and the steamboat.
What about Whitney, Bell, and Fulton?
Leave the Andrews sisters out of this.
What is your Uncle Mike doing now, Lou?
He's part-time lifeguard at the Del Mar Hotel swimming pool.
Are you kidding? Uncle Mike can't even swim.
That's why he's only working part-time. He had a lot of trouble with Aunt May last week.
He did?
Yeah, he got her a new set of false teeth, and he told her not to take them out. He begged her not to take them out. He pleaded with her not to take them out, but she did.
What happened?
Her head collapsed.
Well, your Aunt May is quite a woman, Lou. She raised quite a family.
Oh, yes. 3 years ago at the Patterson Fair, she won first prize for having the most little boys in one family. She had 15 little boys.
What was first prize?
A little boy.
Never mind that. Whatever happened to your Aunt May's younger sister?
Oh, she graduated from high school this year, and she's so excited she's going to Harvard.
Harvard? Harvard is a boys' school.
Yeah, that's why she's so excited.
She's going to Harvard. That's ridiculous. None of your family ever went to college.
Is that so? I'm taking a night course right now at UCLA.
Well, no, I'm glad to hear
In other words, that's UCLA.
UCLA. Well, disregard UCLA. I'm glad to hear it, Lou. How are you making out?
Not so good. Monday night, the teacher asked each pupil to bring something that would show what they want to be when they get out of school.
Well, now, it sounds interesting.
Yeah, one guy wanted to be a policeman, so he brought a button off a policeman's uniform. One girl wanted to be a nurse, so she brought a button off a nurse's uniform. Another guy wanted to be a fireman, so he brought a button off a fireman's uniform.
And what did you bring?
Nothing.
Why not?
I wanted to be married. How are you going to get a button off of that?
You want to be married. You don't know the first thing about marriage. You don't even know what it takes to make a marriage.
I do so. It only takes two people to make a marriage.
Well, that's right.
A single girl and an anxious mother. As far as I'm concerned, marriage is a three-ring circus.
What do you mean a three-ring circus?
Well, first the engagement ring.
Yes.
Then the wedding ring.
Yes.
And then suffering.
Oh, stop. Are you still going with that striptease dancer at the burlesque show?
Oh, sure. Every night I bring her 3 roses.
Does she wear them?
She has to. It's her custom.
What about that new girl that moved in the apartment next to you?
Well, I tell you, Abbott, I had a date with her, and she's a bachelor girl.
Well, what makes you think she's a bachelor girl?
She looks more like a bachelor than she does a girl.
How old a girl is she, Lou?
Abbott, asking a girl's age is like buying a used car.
What do you mean?
Well, you know the speedometer has been set back, but you don't know how far.
Where did you take her on the date?
Well, we went to a soda fountain and had one of those fancy dishes. You know, ice cream and bananas.
Split?
No, I paid the whole check.
Well, she doesn't sound like the kind of girl for you, Costello. Tell me, do you still date that cute little blonde from Pomona?
Oh, sure. I had a date to go horseback riding with her last night.
You did?
Yes, we rode along through the moonlight. It was beautiful. Her horse was nuzzling my horse. My horse was nuzzling her horse.
Ah, it must have been fun.
It was for the horses. My girl didn't show up. I guess she saw at me because I bought her mother a girdle, and her mother got mad, too.
Well, what size does her mother wear? Small, medium, or large?
Oh, no. Women's girdles don't come in those sizes, Abbott.
They don't?
Oh, no.
What sizes do they come in?
Large, larger, and here comes the showboat.
Hello, Uncle Bud. Hello, Uncle Louie.
It's Abbott's nephew, folks. I left orders with the doorman not to let you win. Now, how did you get past him?
I held your script under his nose and then stepped over his body.
There must be a way to keep this guy out of here. Now, I've got it. I'll hypnotize him. Come over here, Norman.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Costello. What are you going to do to him?
I'm going to hypnotize him and put him to sleep. Look me straight in the eye, Norman.
Okay.
You're going to sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep.
I think it's working, Uncle Louie.
It is?
Yeah, my abba-dabba is asleep.
Now, you lay off, Norm. He's my sister Olive's boy. And Olive's a very lovely person and a big woman in this town.
I noticed that. Your sister Olive is built like the state of Indiana.
Just what do you mean?
She has a large South Bend.
My sister Olive is a leader of society. Before she moved to Hollywood, she was the rage of Kansas City.
Your sister Olive would throw any city into a rage. She came to the right place when she came to Hollywood. She's a typical Hollywood girl.
What do you mean?
A Hollywood girl at 30 has wrinkles. At 35, she has gray hair. And at 40, she becomes a blonde and starts all over again.
Say what you want about my sister Olive, but she's a very well-educated woman. She's a college graduate. And she has a sheepskin.
I noticed that. She ought to try using Jergens lotion.
You know, you have no business ridiculing my family. Now, last week you were picking on my wife. My wife comes from one of the finest families in California. She's a Tracy.
Any relation to Dick Tracy?
Certainly not. Certainly not. Dick Tracy is a character in a comic book.
Your wife is no oil painting.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Well, Viola, you certainly look lovely tonight. What is that you're wearing?
Oh, do you like it? This is my nightclub dress.
Nightclub dress?
Don't you get it, Abbott? No cover.
Oh, you look gorgeous tonight. You and I would make a lovely pair. We'd be just like a couple of lovebirds.
Would we?
Oh, I'll show you. First, I put one wing around you like this. Then I put my other wing around you like this. Then I beak up close to your beak. Then I coo softly.
Oh, what do I do?
Don't stand there, Viola. Drop a worm in his mouth.
I'm serious about her. And you're not. Why, Viola, I'd bring you the moon on a silver platter.
Oh, that's wonderful, Abbott. How about you, Costello? Would you bring me the moon on a silver platter?
What do I look like, a waiter?
The moon on a silver platter is a poetic expression like they use in song.
Oh, you know I wrote a song about the moon? A very beautiful thing, too.
Oh, what's the name of it?
I call it Carolina Moon, What Are You Doing Over Glendale?
Stop, Costello. You know nothing about writing songs.
Oh, I not only write songs, I sing them. Why, when I was in kindergarten every morning, I would get up in front of the class and sing Rockabye Baby all the way through.
Oh, that was marvelous.
Yeah, there was nothing to it. I was 21 years old at the time.
You know any other songs, Costello?
Oh, every night I lay in bed and I sing an Irish lullaby. Did
that put you to sleep, Costello?
Certainly. You don't think I'd stay awake and listen to that howling, do you?
Well, I saw you last night, Costello. I saw you. You had a cat on a leash. Hey, that certainly is a funny-looking cat. Is he yours?
Yes, he's mine. He's a football cat. I call him First Down.
What do you name the cat First Down?
Every night he's got 10 yards to go.
Well, instead of being out walking a cat on a leash, a boy your age ought to be out with a girl.
Well, I like cats better. They're smarter than girls anyway.
What makes you say that cats are smarter than girls?
Well, Abbott, no matter how a girl tries, she can't wash her face with her tongue.
Pay no attention to him, Viola. Why don't you come over and see the preview of our new picture, Viola? Huh? I do some love scenes in the picture, and I want you to see my fade-out kiss.
You mean she'll see your faded-out kisser? Anyway, Viola has got a date with me.
Well, I don't think I'm going to keep it, Costello.
Why not?
Well, last Sunday he took me riding, and he insisted I wear a riding habit.
Naturally.
Monday he took me hiking, and he insisted I wear a hiking suit.
Naturally.
Tuesday he took me to dinner, and he insisted I wear a dinner gown.
Well, why are you breaking the date tonight?
Tonight he wants to take me to a birthday party.
Well, that did it. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been a beautiful evening up to now, Mabel.
Mabel? My name is Viola.
Well, whatever your name is, it's certainly been fun.
Get him out of here!
ladies and gentlemen, Abbott and I heard a young singer in New York several weeks ago, and we liked him very much, and we brought him back to Hollywood to join our show, and here he is, and we hope you like him too, Hal Winters.
El cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Brigati que va sonando cumbanchero. Bongo cero que se va. Bongo cero que se va. El cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Brigati que va sonando cumbanchero. Bongo cero que se va. Bongo cero que se va. Sueño ritmo rickety, bum 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 ba. Y sueño rickety, bum 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 ba. El cumba 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 cumbanchero, a bongo 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 cero. Rickety que va sonando cumbanchero, bongo cero que se va, bongo cero que se va. El cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Rickety que va sonando cumbanchero. Bongo cero que se va. Bongo cero que se va. A cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Rickety que va sonando cumbanchero. Bongo cero que se va. Bongo cero que se va. Sueña ritmo rickety, bum 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 ba. Y sueña ritmo rickety, bum 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 ba. El cumba 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 cumbanchero, a cumba 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 cumbanchero. Rickety que va sonando cumbanchero, bongo cero que se va, bongo cero que se va.
Costello, something's got to be done about the parking conditions around this studio. Tonight I couldn't see a parking space in front of the studio, in back of the studio, or even across the street from the studio.
Could be worse.
What do you mean?
Abbott, suppose you had a car.
Yeah. Well, never mind that. Did your Uncle Mike drive you down here tonight?
No, my Uncle Mike just took his California driver's test today. You should have seen him. He got in a car with the inspector, backed into a truck, bumped into a streetcar, and then he crashed into a stone wall.
Did he pass?
We won't know till next Wednesday.
Why not?
That's the day the inspector gets out of the hospital.
Did your Uncle Mike go to see his favorite program, What's Doing, Ladies?
Yes, and there was a line in front of that studio 2 blocks long.
Never mind that. How did he like What's Doing, Ladies?
I don't know. By the time he got in, they were through doing it.
I don't know. You know, your Uncle Mike is an ignoramus. He ought to get himself an education.
Yes, he's got one, Abbott. Why, 10 years ago, Uncle Mike was a garbage collector without an education. Then he went to night school and he graduated. And what a difference that made in him.
What is he now?
A garbage collector with an education.
Well, never mind him, Costello. What is your Sam Shovel detective story for tonight?
It's a fascinating case, Abbott. I call it the case of the Curbstone murder, or Gertie, get out of the gutter. And let the water go by.
Sounds intriguing. Let's get on with the case.
Yeah, let's do that.
And now the makers of Smudge Pot cigarettes present the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product, Smudge Pot cigarettes. Smudge Pots are the only cigarettes that contain no nicotine, no harmful tars, no tobacco. These cigarettes are made only from the finest domestic and Turkish towel. And remember our slogan, Smudge Pots are the only cigarettes that contain alum. Our slogan is, pucker while you puff. Now go to your cigar store tonight. They will give you a package of Smudge Pots for nothing. The package has no sharp edges. Take them home and throw them in your dresser. What a cigarette. So free. So easy on the drawers. And now to the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I'm sitting in my little office looking at my new office safe. This time I got a real office safe. When I go home at night, I lock my office in it. I see a piece of string around my finger. Suddenly I remember what it's for. It's to remind me to take the string off my finger. I reach in my pocket for my tobacco. There's a big hole in my pocket. That's the last time I'll buy chewing tobacco. It always shoots a hole in my pocket. This detective racket is plenty tough. You've got to work in all kinds of weather. Just listen to that wind howling outside.
I'll give you that if you'll give me this.
I'll give you this if you give me that. It's a trade wind. It was such a nice night as this that I was called to solve the famous farmyard murder. A fiendish farmer had cut off his hired man's head. He hid it in the alfalfa. What a tough case. It was like finding a noodle in a haystack. I decide to shave. I lather my face. The razor hums through my whiskers.
St. Louis woman with all her diamond rings.
I always use Gillette Blues blades. I decide to dial up a little in case a client should come in. I put on my swallowtail coat. I take it off. Seems silly for a man my age to wear a coat made of swallowtail. I noticed the headline in the morning paper. The country is in a strange position. On the next page it says eggs are going up. Chickens must be in a strange position, too. Suddenly the phone rings. Hello? Yes, this is Sam Shovel, the detective. Somebody that wants me to handle a case. Yes? No. No, I can't work that cheap. No, you know my prize. What's that? 5,000? Okay, I'll take the case. Right, 5,000. But remember, all Tootsie Rolls, no jelly beans. I thought of my friend, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. I might get him to help me on this case. Some people think Lieutenant Abbott has a screw loose in his head, but I know different. I tightened that screw in his head only yesterday. One thing I will say for Lieutenant Abbott, he knows his onions. He can walk in any vegetable store and say, that's an onion. But he's a real cop. Abbott don't know the meaning of the word intimidation. That's only one of a million words you don't know the meaning of.
Hello, Sam Shovel.
It's my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad.
Sam, I'd like to leave my new cowhide briefcase in your office.
That's a pretty briefcase, Lieutenant.
Yeah, it's genuine cowhide. Open it.
Moo.
The cow is still hiding in it.
There's a picture of your wife in it, too. She looks kind of different in this picture.
It's her hair. She's wearing a page boy. Don't she look nice?
It's hard to tell. The page boy's feet are hanging down over her face.
Enough of this nonsense, Sam. The cops caught an old friend of yours last night. Shirley, the shoplifter.
Beautiful Shirley, the shoplifter. I once trailed her through a department store, through the shoe department, through the jewelry department, the furniture department, then I caught her in men's underwear.
This is serious, Sam. Shirley is in the prison hospital. She's unconscious. She keeps moaning, Perry. Perry! Perry!
You must be in the state of Como.
Sam, if you want to see Shirley alive, we better get over to the hospital at once. Let's go.
We arrived at the hospital. We were walking down the corridor. I was reading the signs on the door. Dr. Kildare, surgery, back in 10 minutes. Dr. Nichols, surgery, back in 15 minutes. Dr. Condon, perjury, back in 20 years.
Sam, here comes the doctor that's taking care of Shirley the shoplifter.
He looks like a phony to me.
I heard that, young man. I'll have you know that I've operated on over 300 patients, and I never lost a single one of them.
You didn't?
No, I know where each one of them is buried.
Doctor, can we go in and see Shirley now?
Yes, but don't stay too long, please. The patient must not have too much excitement.
Why not?
How do I know? All the radio doctors say that. My goodness. Aren't you Sam Shovel, the detective?
That's me.
Man, from the looks of you, you need medical attention. Shovel, if you'll come here tomorrow between 2 and 4 or between 6 and 8. Remember, between 2 and 4 or 6 and 8, I'll examine your head.
Why can't I come between 4 and 6?
That's when they're examining my head.
Come on, Sam Shovel. Here's Shirley's room.
Oh, poor Shirley, my poor Shirley.
Sir, who are you? And what are you doing here?
I'm Shirley's father. She's in the next room. She's got appendicitis. None of the doctors will operate on her. I'm afraid she'll die.
Cheer up, friend. I will operate on Shirley.
You? I thought you were a detective.
Before I became a detective, I was known as young Dr. Shovel.
Are you sure you can do it, Sam?
Am I sure I can do it? Certainly. I'll skin out to the car and get my satchel of surgical instruments.
Thank goodness he's got his satchel. She's right in there, Sam.
Here I go. Has anybody got a hammer?
Here's a hammer.
Thanks. Anybody got a chisel?
Here's a chisel.
Anybody got a blowtorch?
Wait a minute, Sam. Sam, hammer, chisel, blowtorch. What are you doing to Shirley?
What, Shirley? First, I got to open my satchel.
Costello, with Sam Shovel, you were really digging them up tonight. Get it? Shovel, digging them up? It's a joke, son. I dug up a joke.
Yes, and you'd better bury it again. Abbott, let's leave the jokes to our writer.
You mean we got writers?
Oh, he's only kidding, folks. He knows our writing staff. We're headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
And I know that our producer is Charles Vander.
That's pretty good for Abbott, folks, when you consider Vander's only been on the show 2 years.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time to another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.